Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to the March 2024 Championship Open held by Excelsior Chess Club, and we are about to do round 4 and 5. So our 61 players are now geared up to finish the last 2 rounds, although it's only showing. I want to get everybody shown here. Okay, if we go here. Okay, so for some odd reason I can't list everyone like I did earlier. But that's okay. So we had yesterday was really wild. There was a lot of games, a lot of one move blunders, a lot of tactics, a lot of resilience, and this is where our top standings are right now. So if we go to, let's start off with our, here we go, registration list. So 61 players are playing again today to finish the last 2 rounds of this tournament. Let's see how everyone did after round 2 and 3. Starting off with our under 1,500 players. So in the 3rd round, Brandon unfortunately lost to Andrew. Christopher and Devin had a draw. Melissa lost to Amphrey. Isaac lost to Nathan. Javira won against Arthur, and Richard had a bye. So coming into this round, we have one person at 3. If they can win this game, there's a good chance they're going to stay first. Because one of the twos will get a win, for sure. Or it could be all draws and a loss. It's happened too. But Andrew needs to keep the win up. He is the favorite. He is the highest rated player. But again, anything can happen in this tournament. So Andrew, for the white pieces, will go against Christopher. Devin's going to play against Vera. Nathan's going to play against Amphrey. Isaac is going to play against Brandon. Richard against Anne. And then Arthur is getting the bye today. Second, just gotta edit the round 4 today. Beautiful. Now if we move to the under 2,000 section, we have 22 players playing. And let's see the results of round 3. Ooh. Okay, so Noah was gained a draw against Hansi. Adrian lost against Hanuel. Muhammad won against Joshua. Darshan lost against Leroy. Ricky and Jaden both got a draw. Edgar lost against Arush. Lucy lost against AF3. Apologies. Rick won against Diganth. Pavan lost against Larry. Gary won against Aiden. Pino also with the bye, and Kasuk didn't get paired. So coming into this game, oh wow. Okay, so this is very different than the previous section, the under 15s. This is anyone can win. Anyone that's 1.5 up has a chance of top 3, let alone maybe gain first place. But right now we have 5 2.5s. Every game is going to be crucial, especially coming into the final round, and try and get that nice first place prize and a little bit of extra cash. Cash is always nice, but yeah, final 2.5s, anything can happen. So I wish I could see this section. These are the games I wish I could really look at, but it's okay. Not enough DGT boards. It's fine. Still good. Still be great to still watch 60 players play. Now, we do know who won and lost in the top section yesterday because I commentated on all of them. So let's see how the pairings are now. Okay, so the threes are playing today. We have Grandmaster Sean versus Grandmaster Baitor. That's going to be definitely the feature match. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it at all. And so we have International Master David versus Ryan at both 2.5. So again, this is very, very close. We have Women's Candidate Master Ashley versus Grandmaster Razvan. Oh, that's gonna be a big game. We have FIDE Master Christian versus FIDE Master Timur. So the Battle of the FMs. We have Ryan versus Sergey. Table 5. April now we get to see in I don't know if we saw her last round because she wasn't in the top 8, but she is now. She's going to be playing against Eric. Noah is going to be playing against Valerie. And in the final will be Tony versus Nikolai or Nick. So if we switch here, yeah, we see all the games. Oh, looks like this one has to get reset. The Arbiters will take care of that. That's fine. So yeah, 7 more minutes till we start. Do I have any predictions of who's gonna win? Not a clue. That's just at this point. Like, yeah, it's just anything can happen. Obviously, Women's Canadian Master Ashley's playing against a Grandmaster, so it'll be tough, but anything can happen. As for Baitor versus Sean, no idea. No clue. I don't feel worthy in deciding which giant is gonna win or draw. But just looking for a really nice game. Which so far, every game being held at Excelsior has been badass. That's the only swear word I'm saying today. Ass. I said but yesterday we're gonna increase it to ass now because it's been really crazy games. I can't wait to do the tournament report, write them all out, and well, not every game, but like the key ones that I found were just like mind-boggling. Good morning, FIDE Arbiter Riley. Ashley 6, so Rasway got a forfeit win. Oh no! Oh no! Damn it! The sick kicks in. Grandmaster Razvan has taken the forfeit win, which is the worst way to take it. And he's a true competitor. Obviously, he wants to battle for that win, but it is. That's the rules. That is sad. And we got the chess baiter. Good morning, y'all. Good morning to you, buddy. So unfortunately, we're only going to see 7 out of 8 games. Riley, is there a way we could get table 9 into this top 8? We could watch them play, and then they get to see themselves being broadcasted on DGT. Is that even possible? Would Hal allow that? Just because we're going to have an open board, maybe we could just change the settings of it and then just bump table 9 into it. So then they get to play on DGT. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't necessarily matter, but because this is being broadcasted live and they get the chance of being streamed, again, it's up to just a thought. I know it's 5 minutes, so it's not a lot of time, but it would suck to only have 7 games to commentate rather than 8. I like the craziness. Oh, that sucks. Well, hopefully, Women's Candidate Master Ashley feels better today. Gets a little bit better. It would mess up the board numbers, and I would have to restuff for the GTD software, so unfortunately, no. Yeah, no, I figured it made sense. If you had more time, I'm sure you could have done it. Okay. Well, we're just going to have to commentate on 7 games today. Rather than 8. It is fine. 4 more minutes. Okay, so 2 games I definitely want to focus on. Definitely Baitor Shah. That's going to be the feature match. I really like Sergey. I really enjoyed how he's been playing. Um, just based on how he's seen. Valerie's been playing pretty well too. Uh, I really want to, and then I think the second match I really want to focus on is Timor versus Christian. I want to really see how that goes. It is very close in the top section here. Under 2000 is way closer though. Like every 5 players are at 2.5. That's gonna be anything's gonna happen there. I gotta go for now, but I'll be back soon. Sounds good, man. Have a good one. You should just swing by here right after for the hell of it. Just come in and crash. Okay, we have 3 minutes left. Let's take a look at the standings again. Yeah, so David and Ryan both have 2.5. So yeah, Ryan Zoo's been playing like amazing today too. Really well. Really well. Gonna be fun. All right. 2 more minutes. They'll probably do a quick announcement and then we could start. Yeah, this game was insane. How close they were both, and then just so went back and forth. This game I was very impressed with too, especially with Ashley being solo on time for so long. Um, the double bishop, that's always impressive. I can't remember the last time I've seen a double bishop checkmate. Mm-hmm. Ah. All right, it's now 10 a.m. They're Oh, I see some of the clocks already starting. And here we go, round 4. And we have the first moves here. International Master David Cummings starting off English. And we got the C6 from Ryan. So this is going to be the English opening to Carol Can defensive system. As an English player, I always find it not saying tougher, but I always prefer if my opponent plays like C5 or E5 or those type of lines. I don't like the conflict on the D5 square because I always feel like I have to transition to some sort of Queen's Indian defense or Queen's Gambit or something of that nature. But English is a very nice tool in the arsenal how I play tournaments or even speed games. So we're gonna have some fun watching this one. But now all the games are starting. Okay, good. So we have table 5. We have Ryan versus Sergey, and we are looking at Perk. Oh wow! So E4. Wow, as soon as you see D6, you know it's going to be Perk. D4, knight F6, knight C3, G6, F4. So Ryan's going for a little bit more aggressive. I believe this is called the Austrian attack, if I remember. So that way E5 is like almost guaranteed. But the question is when to do it. Perk is very slow, but it is solid. But it's almost scary kind of having to survive this first like 5-7 moves. I always find it that's if you can get past the 7 moves unscathed, then you should be okay. Okay, Eric versus Women's Candidate Master April. Looking at the classic Sicilian defense with Bishop B5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop B5, E6, Castle, Knight G E7. All of this is pretty standard. White can usually go Bishop A4 already, and then just kind of maybe go C2, tuck the bishop in, and then play D4. Go for a nice strong center. Nothing special here, but very nice and very nice of an opening. All the other games are still not running yet. We're still waiting on the main, the feature match. Okay, so yep, this is looking a little bit more. Yep, so it's basically Carol. I like B3 a lot in English. Get the bishop out here on B2. I think that's where it's meant to be, especially in this system where all the pawns are on light squares for black. And then you can usually follow with D4. White's delaying G3. White doesn't have to necessarily play G3 in this position. They can also play D4 and bishop D3, and then all the bishops are kind of lined up towards the king side. But it depends. So I don't mind a delayed G3 fianchetto if it serves well. Black playing okay, so Queen C2, yeah, very normal. So, May, are we looking at a possible king queenside castle? That'd be interesting. Knight B D7 is completely normal here in this line. Black's looking to play probably Bishop D6, and castling. Yeah, Bishop D6 here, and usually castling is going to be the next move. Okay, any other new games going on? So we're taking a look at Ryan and Sergey. Bishop G7 was played, and Bishop D3 has been played for White. Again, this is all standard. Black's looking to play at least Knight C6. E5 is a little bit too. I don't know about that, but Knight C6 looks pretty solid. Black can always castle too. Maybe Black doesn't want to play Knight C6. Maybe they want to play Knight B D7 later. That's interesting. I think Black's gonna castle though. I just have this feeling. Okay, the FMs have now begun. Christian has sat down. I can tell he just got in because his timer must have been on for 4 minutes. And he starts off with Knight F3. Black hasn't moved yet, so I guess we'll wait and see how that looks out later. And April. Okay, so yeah, this is all mainline. So, Knight G E7, Rook E1. Again, protecting the pawn, but more importantly, giving this bishop access to F1 in case Black decides to chase it. Black doesn't decide to chase it, and rather than going to A4, which then that would be losing because these pawn moves, the best move here is actually tucking the bishop to F1. Oh, they're moving too fast, but let me get to this. So the reason why you tuck it F1 is because here you don't want to allow it because of either the pushes. This move blocks your developing, so it's not considered a good move, and it's still susceptible to pushes later down the road. And you don't want to play Bishop E2 because you're blocking your own rook from protecting the pawn. So it is better to play this move, Bishop F1, in this line. So Black plays D5, very standard. White takes. Black takes with the knight, and now White can respond with D4 here. This is very standard. White has a bit of development. Black's pretty active, but Black's lacking king safety. Just play D4, blow up the center. You're completely fine here. Okay, everyone's starting to go off. So we got the main feature match. Grandmaster Shaw, Grandmaster Beitor. It is now begun, and E4 is the selected choice for Mr. Shaw. We'll see how Beitor responds to that later. In the meantime, the FM's Christian versus Timur. We got the Queen's pawn opening. This is all symmetrical. D4. Oh no, actually, they played it was Knight F3, D5, D4, Knight F6. So we're probably going to see Bishop F4 next move. Castle was predicted, and Knight F3, all completely natural. So now Black can play C5. I think this is I think you have to play C5 here. Gotta put some sort of pressure on that on that center pawns of white, because it has a lot of space right now. To me, that makes the most amount of sense. I don't know, thank you. I don't know if Knight C6 is the way to go here. I don't think so. I like C5. And D5 is a standard response here as well. Okay, so I think if I remember correctly, there could be like some sort of like C4 line where it's like you take, and then I think there's like some sort of like bishop sacrifice so you can like go after this pawn. But I've never played this line before, so I'm not too sure. But let's take a look at all the other games real quick. So we're still waiting for Noah and Tony to start their games. Christian and Timur. Okay, Bishop F4 is being played. The E6 is being played, and then E3 just got played. So again, this is like a standard Indian game. Black's probably going to play C5 most of the time, or challenge the bishop. That's also good too. White has three options. White can go here, Bishop G3. Could go Knight E5, or, and I don't like this one, you can go Bishop G5. And probably the least of my favorite three. Okay, so going back, so we have three. So E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Knight C3. I think this is called like the three knights opening. Maybe Black's gonna play here. I don't know. I always find that grandmasters play these very different, very tricky lines, trying to get everyone out of their preparation. It's always been a. Not that I've ever played any grandmasters before. I've never played one over the board. Only an IM. But I noticed that they usually like playing these different little sidelines, and then they always come out okay. Okay, let's get to our second game. So it's been developing quite a bit. So Knight B D7, Queen C2, Bishop D6, Bishop B2, very standard, and Black castles right away. So yeah, there's going to be no fianchetto in this game. It's going to be strictly Bishop E2. And we have B6. So again, this is a very multi-purpose move. You can allow Bishop B7, even Bishop A6 sometimes. And then it's just a good supporter, so eventually you're going to want to play C5 as Black. And then try and like fight for the center. Ooh, yes. Rook G. Okay, so yeah, this is top engine move too. This is basically saying to Black, in two moves, my pawn is going to be coming at you, and you're going to have some problems. Potentially. That's what basically White is saying. Luckily, Black didn't have this pawn here. Because if Black had an h6 move included, this would be devastating. I know it because I've done it many times, and it does very well in these situations. So we're lucky that there hasn't been an h6 move played for my Blacks, so the attack isn't going to be as fast as it could be between G4 and G5. But man, we're going to watch. This is going to be a completely different game. This is going to be very tactical, I have a feeling, which is great for us to watch. Okay, we're still waiting for two more games. In the meantime, let's go back a little bit here. So we saw C5 played, D5 was played, E6, very normal. Again, you're challenging the white center, so you give white a chance to like develop their center, but now you can start sending your forces over to start picking it apart a little bit. Completely standard here. White should be taking this pawn though. I don't think you want to have black take it. But yeah, we'll see. Still a lot of options. White could castle too. I think taking the pawn is the right thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do. Eric versus Women's Candidate Master April. So c3. So going a little bit with the slower approach. Usually I think d4 is just better here. Just because you already have the queen and rook and all supporting, and the king's a little bit like black doesn't want to really start anything until they castle. So I think like d4 is just kind of more oppressive to the point. c3 though, maybe try to keep a presence with a pawn in the center, or maybe even just a c3 presence with a knight on d4 just staying there. Possibility. Anywho, bishop goes e7, and now we see d4. So slightly different style. I don't know. Maybe I still like d4 more because now the c3 spot isn't occupied, and knight c3 just looks very natural in challenging anything on d5. That's just me though. Okay, so we have. Ooh, okay. So we saw bishop d6. So white elected to play c3, so just let the capture happen. Okay. That's interesting as well. It's also a double-edged sword. Like there's a positive and a negative for pawn being on f4 there. The advantage is that you can just control this square very well. Obviously, the disadvantage is that this pawn is a little vulnerable, susceptible to attack later, and moves like g3 maybe are not the greatest because you have all these light squares open. But again, most likely you'll have like a fianchetto trying to cover all the rest of the light squares. So it's hard to say. Only in the future we can find out really if this pawn is going to become a problem for white or initiative for black to target. But in the meantime, black's going for b6. I like this style a lot. This is what I play too. I like playing this up with bishop b7, knight b d7, and then I have the c5 push later on. Game. Okay. So in our feature match, quite a few moves have happened. And we have the 4 knights. Couldn't expect that. d4, normal. EXD, knight xd4, bishop b4. Do you take the knight on c6? They usually take it with the b pawn, and then you play d3. d5 is normally the right move. Yep, d5 is all standard. Pawn takes, and the castle. So don't think you can do this because I believe bishop g4 is kind of very awkward with f3, rook ea. You don't want to get into this type of position. So black can't just take this pawn. So they're just white can't take this pawn. So they're going to just castle instead. Get that nice king safety, and now black can recapture. So white has a lot of different options here. Elects to go h3, very standard. Doesn't want to allow that bishop to come in, and running the queen that doesn't have too much space right now. And black has a lot of options here. Rook e8 is an idea, just seizing the lane right off the bat. c6 is also not a bad idea too, preventing any moves pieces from going to b5, and again just securing the d5 square. And also, and this one, the engine is suggesting is an idea, is rook b8. Very different. I don't think I've even seen rook b8 in this particular. It's cool though. A lot of different options. It's better to keep the pawn on d5. I've seen a lot of players tempt themselves by playing d4 and in d5. Don't think that's the winning strategy because these are all on dark squares and they're not really controlling. They're not really helping with the fight between the light bishops and controlling the light squares. Better to keep the pawn on d5 and kind of solidify it. I'm a big fan of c6. I'm a big fan of rook e8 too. So both of those are okay, so All right, our friend G Pawn is making the march. Black just has to play bishop b7. It's just too important to play this move. And now g4 comes into play. Oh boy. This is going to be fun. Again, this is completely even position. It's just now that white's going after the king side, black is going to have to try and figure out how to do some sort of either counterattack or maybe just defend for this game. C5 was played, and according to the engine, it is an inaccuracy. G5 is just a little bit stronger. Apparently Queen E7 was the way to play this. Maybe to play E5 and shut this bishop down long term. That's probably why, I'm guessing. But no, G5 is recommended now for, and G5's played. So black has to play knight E8. It's the only move. This is not good at all. And then after knight E8, I wouldn't be surprised if white plays H4 because there's no reason not to. No reason not to. Okay, we'll get back to that game later. Okay, so we got some development here. So bishop b6, which I liked. Bishop d3 is great. And yes, targeting the bishop on d3. I like this a lot. And this is a white's really strong bishop. If the white bishop gets tucked back, this bishop's going to prevent white from castling this entire game. So I think it's a forced take, and it is a forced take. Black's played really positional. Again, really wants to eliminate that bishop advantage on, because that light bishop on for white is much stronger than the one for black. Now it's all knights. So we're going back to, so nice little maneuver back. Again, probably going here or here is my guess. C5, knight e5. Again, queen c7 I like the most here too. But we'll see what black plays here. This is already going to be a very positional game. We're still waiting for Noah and Tony to play. Oh, never mind. They've already started. For some other reason, the screen did not update. So let us... Okay, so we finally got our 7 boards active. Good job, chess.com, for somehow the screens are not updating when it should be. But it's fine. We'll start off. So we got Noah versus Valerie. D4, D5, knight C3. Okay, that's a little bit interesting. Knight F6, and then the classic bishop F4. This is called the Queen's Pawn opening, the Chigorin variation, if I say it correctly. Chigorin. We have A6 here, and we have E3. Black responds with C5, very standard in this line. Knight F3 is played, and now I like E6. That looks good. Unless you're going to play bishop G4, bishop F5, then it's fine. Knight C6 is still played instead, and white decides to control the center right away with knight E5. E6 is now played. Queen goes to D2. Oh, are we looking for a fast queen castle? And black takes the pawn on D4. So this is pretty standard. And if we're going to Tony versus Nick, let's go back to the beginning. So many moves have been played already. So E4, C5. So we got Sicilian. Classic Sicilian open. Oh, man. Nick's just playing the dragon today. He just wants the dragon. Oh, my God. Let's do it. I like the dragon. Bishop B3, knight F6, knight B3, and it's not the best move. I don't like that move. Knight B3. I've never seen that line. You either play bishop E2 or bishop C4. You usually play bishop C4 because you want to prevent black from playing D5. You never... Okay, that's it. That's a new one. But let's see what black does. Castles, bishop E2, E6. E6, yeah, fine. F4 is played by black, and D5. Again, I really like black here. This looks pretty solid already. Yeah, this is still considered a dragon, but yeah, this is very, like, I don't see any weaknesses right away. F4 is a little bit odd because it almost suggests that black's going to castle side. Usually, you want to see some of like Yugoslav attack where white castles on the queen side, and then there's like this f3. Instead, it's like f3, g4, h4 run. But I guess we're not going to be seeing that today. But who knows? It could change. E5's been played. Knight to d7, bishop b5. Ooh, I like to see g5 here. This is a nice move. This setter is like really vulnerable. This knight on b3, like it's so misplaced. I feel like I would rather have this knight back on f3 to cover this pawn if this was the setup that white was trying to do. Oh, but instead black elects to go f6, which I think is still completely fine. Yeah, it's completely fine. G5 seems a little bit more targeted in this position. Okay. Hey, if I'm black, I'm happy for that trade because I get a slowly built up center. White really should find a way to seize the square because black starts playing queen e7 and then c5. It's gonna become a massive center. Black. Okay, so we got all games are in full swing. Okay, so bishop d3, d5. We went through all this already. h3 and a rook b8. Okay. Amazing how the grandmasters find top engine moves all the time. And Sean's now into tank. The main options. A3 is a suggestion, just to kind of tickle the bishop away. I like queen f3 too, having control some certain space here. Find a way to move the queen or bishop to get these rooks connected. Even bishop e3 or f4 or g5 is okay. Actually, bishop e3 is fine because this push doesn't work because you could take and then offer the sack if the queen takes on d. So you actually get away with bishop e3 potentially. Okay, so this is the game we want to see. This is gonna be fireworks. So we saw g5. Wow, knight e4. Does that work? I don't know about that. Yeah, Engine says that this is already +2 for white. Question is what happens. So, yep, cxd5 is the right move for white here. Pawn takes, and then you take the knight, and then you go queen c3, and now f6 is played. So, Engine's like, go take that pawn right away. And pawns have been taken. It's amazing how I just say it and they make it happen. So now I believe the correct move is rook to f6 or rook f6. You don't do it with the knight because knight leads to all these bishop c4 type checks, followed by knight g5. So if it's like this, it's like bishop c4, king goes back, knight g5, and now it's just this knight's infiltrating everywhere. There's a lot of pain happening. Wow. Okay, we'll get back to this game shortly after they move. Moving on, the battle for the FMs. Christian versus Timur. Again, we liked seeing that bishop a6 maneuver. Get rid of the white straw bishop. Queen e2 is natural. Knight moves back. Castle c5, knight e5. And we're going to knight e8 with a very simple idea of just playing f6, knock off that really strong outpost knight away from e5. Completely standard. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Thing is, the knight doesn't have to move right away. There's still other moves that it can do. Okay, moving on between Ryan and Sergey. So we saw this e6 push. So white decides not to take the pawn. So black takes it instead. Okay. And then we see bishop g4, h3, get rid of that knight with bishop. That's normal. And then a6. Maybe we're going to probably see a b5 in the future. But that's slowed down because of a4 from white. And we have b6. Bishop d2. And now So according to the engine, White's pretty favored here. Very active. They really like a lot of moves. I think one idea that Black had here was they had Queen B6. Putting some pressure on this pawn so the bishop can't go anywhere. And then having the C4 idea, checking and trading off the bishop. That might have been something. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, so let's go back to again, this is a very, very fast developing game right now. Rook takes, that is the best move. And now White has different options. White could play bishop c4, or White could just play simply knight g5 right away. Okay, so if let's play around with this. If we play knight g5 and Black plays here, oh, there's d4. And if that happens, queen d3. Why queen d3? Oh yeah, this is so advanced. Like, putting all the pressure, getting the piece back. Wow. Engines are really unfair. And then this is like a huge. Apparently, this is a huge advantage because more importantly, you're actually setting up for possible checkmate. 7. That's why it's suggested that way. So, bishop c4, knight g5 are both excellent moves. It's just a matter of what David's going to decide. Okay, continuing on. It is still White to move. We'll wait on that a little. All right, let's go here. We were here already. Let's go to this development. So c3, bishop e7, d4, castles, pawn takes c, queen c7. This looks very natural for Black. I think Black's in a pretty comfortable position right now. Knight b d2 is played, and bishop x c5. So, again, if I was Eric, I survived the opening phase. I'm completely fine. Nothing too, nothing too special to look at. Okay, so we have some development in. Oh, we have 2 games development, but let's go through to our feature match. So let's get to where we get to Rook B8. So after Rook B8, we have the classic Bishop E3. Top, man, these guys, Beitor and Sean, are just playing the best moves every time. Threatening this pawn again. We cannot. This does not work because take is just a free pawn. What Black can't take because you are gonna get checked and your queen's gonna drop, and they know this already. So White's just trying to play the most accurate moves possible. I believe c5 might be a nice move now. And if you push the pawn, oh, we just take it, and now you can play like c4. It's actually not a bad idea. Yeah. This looks this looks equal for both sides again. Okay, so and then where was the second? Where's the other development? I believe we have Tony and Nick. So there's been a couple of moves. So f4, d5, e5. We know this. Knight d7, bishop b5, f6, bishop takes, pawn takes. Oh no, so White hasn't decided yet what to do. But yeah, I don't know. Nick's had a really comfortable position. This is super comfortable. You're already castled. White wants to castle, but is already feeling a little bit of heat indirectly because of this. And the center, and usually that White controls, is just not controlled. Black has full control over it. Again, this knight, maybe it's covering the square, which is a good idea right now, but it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before Black takes control of the full center. Sense a bit of pain coming there, and eventually. So we got a development from Women's Candidate Master April. Knight e4, very natural move. Black probably has to take a step back. Want to keep an eye on this g5 square because there's a lot of possibilities in this situation. So bishop e7 is definitely the best move. Don't play bishop e6 because you're gonna you might want to play your 5 pawn later. Don't play bishop a7. It's too. I've actually seen lines before with black playing bishop a7 followed by b8 to like set up the queen for success, but yeah, this square is just needs to be controlled more because you got a lot of White has a lot of ideas here. So very nice move, bishop e7. Okay, got some developing moves here. So White decides to take the pawn on c5. Black responds, and then f5, trying to break the chains. f5, really? And then if black takes, beat f3. But what's wrong with g6? Like, this is, if there's no bishops in the game, this is like Fort Knox. This is not going to get easily broken, even if you want to swing like a Harry pawn eventually. Yeah, I don't know about this. I like black here now. Even though the knight black's a little bit passive, the pawn presence is very. I don't know about this pawn. Who knows? Maybe white has other ideas. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so Noah versus Valerie. So we saw queen d2, pawn takes, natural. Bishop e4 is natural. f3. Yeah, that's not the. I understand the idea covering these squares. It kind of leaves that knight to like that knight's like gonna be stuck for the whole game unless it gets traded. And then g4. Oh wow. So the engine suggests that black can get a little bit of an advantage if it takes this knight. But again, this is engine speaking. We don't use engines in tournaments. I love when the commentator's like, "Oh, I know every single move just because I see an engine." No, it's not the way. We use it to help just try and build up the analysis, give a better, clear idea of what the players are trying to think of doing. It's very clear that White's declaring war by going. We want to do g4, h4, and go for a king with a delayed castling, because maybe there's a way that White doesn't castle here. I don't think so. I think White's going to castle eventually. It really depends. Right now, these pawns are slowly moving up, but when they get to the 5th rank, we might get some. We might see a defensive response for black or a counterattack. We'd like to see both, either way. Okay, so black has accepted the donation of the f pawn. See what white comes up with next. Okay, so a couple moves back. Bishop e7 was played. c4. Again, disrupting the knight from its nice d5 outpost. I do like that move a lot. And the pawn is protected by c4. And we have a follow, Vegereness. How do you say your name? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We're just doing some commentary right now of this very important next round 4 and round 5 games today. This is going to decide who's going to win the tournament. And we have 10 titled candidates, or not candidates, 10 titled players playing in this tournament. It is crazy. Excuse me. So I like knight f6. Just bring the knight back. Bishop g5, you don't care too much because you're just going to take. There's going to be natural exchanges with bishop and the 2 bishops and most. Or the knight. Knight c6 could take back. Again, both positions are very comfortable. Okay, so we have some development here. So White decides to play bishop b5. Which is, according to the engine, is the least favorable move. They really suggested knight g5 or bishop c4 would maintain the advantage. They're saying, according to the engine, bishop b5 loses most of its advantage because of the pawn take. Ooh. Very complicated. Very complicated. But I like the idea for white because white's trying to take this knight, and then when queen takes, you could just get rid of this rook. So if pawn takes and take here, what's your move? Oh, there's bishop h2? And after rook g5, a6, and then this rook can't stay on any of these squares. Well, maybe it can stay on this square. And then queen e7. Ah, queen e7 comes and actually attacks this rook. So even if white takes on f6, the pawn is defended. Wow. That is nuts. That's actually crazy. Wow. That's to be able to clearly, precisely like calculate that. Man, that's too difficult. All right, let's keep going. So back to the feature match. C5 has been played. Makes a lot of sense. White's probably looking to play A3 now. Otherwise, D4 is not going to be a favorable move. White. My WhatsApp chat is blowing up. I'm going to have to deal with that later. Okay, so let's keep going. Oh, so we got some development here. So after queen takes a6, a4, b6, bishop d2, knight b d7, pretty standard. Rook e1's also standard. Queen c7. We have rook e7 right off the bat. Very aggressive. Not sure if it does much because there's a lot of presence and defense with the rooks here, so there's always an opportunity that we could get all the rooks off the board right off the bat. And black elects just to play c4, which is great because now black can play b5 potentially. If they knock this rook away, then they could get knight c5 here. So still very early in this game to decide. In the meantime, looks like all the games are okay. We have a bit of development here. So pawn takes and queen takes. Nick plays the engine move here. Again, I'm feeling very comfortable with this black, especially when I can somehow get the c pawn rolling, or maybe I could get bishop a6. So bishop a6 is a legit threat from black. So castling is probably like mandatory right now. You need to castle. Need to castle. Oh, and we have a move from Ryan against International Master David Cummings. King h8, which, according to the engine, is not the best move. It gives white back its advantage. Again, so complicated these positions. There's no way we can truly judge again what these competitors are playing against, because again, the level they're playing at is very high. So white has two ways to maintain advantage. The first one is just take the knight, in which case black's supposed to take this knight here. The second move is just simply queenside castle. And then after exf3, oh, there's some rook g7 sack scenarios. In which case you're gonna get that. Oh, you can't take that. Yeah, you can't take this bishop because this is coming in and it's gonna be too scary. So that's how the scenario looks like, according to the calculating eyes of the engine. So let's see if we're gonna find bishop d7 or queenside castling. Oh, and right when I left, they decided to take the knight, which is the best move. And immediate response, black takes on f3, again, top engine move 2. And now, suggestion is they want a castle. Or play bishop f5, which again, black can't take because of the threat here. What a crazy game this is. Very crazy. So in this move, after bishop f1, b5 is played, which is the best move here for black. I feel like black's gained a little bit some space now. This d pawn is, even though it's defended by 2 pieces, it's kind of isolated. This rook on e7, I don't think it's going to have a long-term goal here. I think it's going to get knocked away eventually, but we shall see. Oh, and we have some development. We got quite a bit of development. So back here, we had queen takes. White correctly castles right away, and e5, completely natural. Oh, there's a bit of tactics here. Knight x d5 is good because pawn takes, queen takes, threatening king and the rook. So there's a tactic here, which white finds. Oh no. And then white has a huge advantage now. So black responds with bishop a6, but you could just take this pawn. And then after exchanging, yeah, the whole king side of white is wiped out. Sorry, for black is wiped out, and this is a significant advantage for white. A lot of crazy games going on. Let's see what else do we have here. So we got the feature match. A3 was correctly played by Sean, and I believe there was a capture. Yep, capture on bishop c3. Very standard. Very standard here. So again, very positional game going on between both grandmasters. Over here, we after c4, knight f6. Again, very standard. White looks to debate whether the capture. Maybe white wants to go back here. Maybe wants to go to knight g3. Knight at d2 is not the best move. Alex queen c2. Very active move. Very active. Well, black can. If I was black, maybe I like b6 and I can continue my development and finally get my rooks connected. That might be an idea. Might be an idea. Although could be like opportunities like this where knight g5 and then if you trade, you get that sort of checkmate scenario. So maybe black just wants to get rid of this knight right away. A lot of possibilities here. Okay, where are we going now? Okay, so we're going back here. After g4 was played, knight f to d7, knight takes, bishop takes, and h4. Very standard for the fact that you're really going to try to take these pawns. Again, these are a bit slow moving, but black doesn't have really any counter attack at the moment. Maybe rook c8 is the best move here. About to cause some threats after moving this knight away. That's an idea. This is still pretty slow moving, but eventually, if black doesn't really have some sort of counterattack or defense, it's going to might become a problem for black. But yeah, I like rook c8. Rook, you just need to activate that rook on this half open file. Okay, so for now we have no new developments. No moves are being made at the moment. Everybody is tanking. Oh, we do have a move here. So Valerie decided to play queen to b6 in response again, and this makes sense. Valerie is going to try and put all their pieces on the queen side to cause some problems, and more importantly, just threaten that pawn. I like this too because it connects the rooks. So after castling, Black can play something like here, with the goal of playing the knight out and causing some problems. And then this bishop's kind of misplaced here. Yeah, I think Black is. I still like Black here more. I do like Black. Because once you castle on Queen side, you can't get out of that. Black now knows, okay, you're castling. I can send all my forces there and see if I can beat your attack on the king side and with mine, which is faster. That's basically what I'm translating in this game. Okay, back to the feature match. After pawn takes c4, very standard. White has to play bishop e2. I can't see any other move. At least I don't think so. I don't think this works either because it goes back and now both bishops are threatened, so should be fine. And bishop e2 is played. Very standard. Okay, so white doesn't take the pawn, decides to go queen c6 instead, and then now we're taken. But again, you have 3 pawns ahead. This is going to be like Black's goal is just to try. Sorry, White's goal is to try to trade all the pieces. Black has to figure out how to get after these right now before they lose too many pieces. Otherwise, it's just going to be 3 pawns much, and that's going to be tough to deal with. So, in the future match, we have knight to e4. I like this move a lot. Controls a lot of key squares and also a lot of attacking squares. You either got to play like queen d4 or bishop. The question is which. Um, since there's really nothing that can attack the queen here other than queen b6, I think I don't mind queen d4 because then I can get my rook in and put some pressure, and then I can just finally get my queen out so my rooks both connect. That is what I am thinking. That is what I am thinking. Okay, so between the FMs, we saw the f5 donation, queen f5, g6, c4, and knight c6. So again, just getting the knight in the center. This idea. I like taking the pawn because then I can get like rooks here, or after knight c4, then I can get my rooks in, and then maybe that can turn to take. And rather than being down a pawn, you can have a lot of space advantage. Also, Black can't really do anything with this pawn because there is this threat here. Doesn't want to lose a rook for free. Does not. Okay, so while everybody is pondering, I'm going to take my first washroom break. So let's keep it on this game. All right. So let's just go on. Okay, so International Master David Cummings played bishop to f5. I guess the idea is bishop could just retreat backwards and then there's castling. This could be anyone's game again. Maybe queen e7's not a bad idea. Bishop a6 is interesting too, to kind of just lock this up. Yeah, this could go anywhere. Okay, so let's catch up on. So we have 94, so there's been no progress here. Knight f6. Yep, so they're still challenging here on the pawn, so still tanking. Looks like we've had some rooks traded off. So bishop f1, b5, pawn takes, rook takes a8, rook takes a8, and h2. That makes sense because, again, if the rook comes here, you don't want this bishop pinned to the king. It will be not so good. So what's black's ideas? Well, this rook's still kind of annoying. Maybe you want to play bishop f8, maybe even king 8 is good to knock it away. Then you can play things like queen b6. Well, actually, you can do that right now. Both knights are protected. So maybe queen b6, maybe queen c5. All these are good ideas. All these are possibilities. This pawn has to be priority to protect. So queen b6 protects it, queen c5 protects it, rook b8 protects it, queen a5 could also protect it too. It's a matter of which one makes more sense. I'm a little iffy with queen a5 because white can play knight to e4. So the queen has to retreat either way. Oh, but I guess if you retreat this way, then it looks good. Because now there's like there's a couple of pieces that are under attack. I think this would just be natural. And then they're gonna retreat the rook back here. Or here. This makes also Okay, moving on. Oh, so we have a take here. We have a pawn exchange finally. So the question is, you take with the queen or the knight? Queen just looks much easier, I think. And queen, I like guess it. Queen has been played. So it looks like we're gonna head to a quick endgame after 17 moves between both FMs. Oh, let's go back to the feature match. We have a move. Bishop a7. Pawn has been taken. Black can resort to play rook a8. And, oh, there's also knight c3 possibilities, which is an idea too. Because after the queen takes, you can trade off and then play a8 or a7. Or b7. So, Betor has quite a few ideas. Decide which one's best. Oh, and we have some development in this game. So this is another sharp game. So after queen b6, which I liked, white decides to castle, and now rook fc8. Yes, I like this move too. Just get all the rooks ready to come in. a3 happened, and there's the classic bishop takes. So gotta take with the queen. You can't take with this because this is all vulnerable. This pawn is hated. I don't think this would work for white at all. I think you have to take with, and then after you take with the queen, then white has a option. Black has options. Like you could play knight a5. You could play. You can't do this because the queen will take. You can't. You could go knight e5, but after queen just stays here, or sorry, queen just goes here. This pawn's all protected. So maybe you want to play knight a5 because then after the queen retreats, whether it's on d3 or maybe even e1, then you can infiltrate with knight c, and that might be an idea. That might be a good idea. Okay, so going back to this game, So after the rook takes back, knight to b6. Yeah, so right now, black's only goal is to figure out how to either swindle white and have him make a mistake or somehow go after these. But this queen on for white is very powerful right now. Very powerful indeed. Back in the feature match, it is clear knight c3 has been played, or knight x c3 has been played. Queen's probably going to move, and most likely, well, it's not going to move here, but queen will probably go to, I don't know, d2 or e1. This bishop's not meant for the world. Who knows? I think black could also just play rook a2 and throw in a little intermezzo first. It would be better for black to get rid of this bishop, ideally, but I don't think white's gonna let it happen. I think white's gonna keep this bishop as long as humanly possible. It's very good right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we got queen e7, which was the top move for black, and now we have castling. So according to the engine, this is back to an equal game. And very, very crazy game already. White was +3 for a while. But again, these positions are so difficult, so complicated. You have to calculate all the different various lines and then get a good sense of which one is correct or not. So, but most importantly for us, we get to watch more chess. And that's always more fun. Okay, queens are off the board as predicted. Very standard. And we got knight c4. So again, these knights are heading out here. I like to see f6 here just to knock the knight off, and then maybe we can start getting the rooks out into the center, or maybe we gotta get our knight into the center. This rook on a8 wants to come out and play. So let's get f6 and move the knights off. Okay, so we have some development. So we have after king h2, b4, and knight d1. So bit of a queen's presence here. A lot of possibilities. Maybe the rook could go here and reinforce the pawn. I think that's a good idea, since there's no protection. The queen's also doing its job of reinforcing the c4 pawn. So it would be nice to get the queen eventually to c5 and put some pressure on the d5 pawn, but I think rook b1 is a nice little move, because then if this opens up, the rook can infiltrate this way as well. Yeah, you don't want to see something like rook a1 and then knight e3, and now there's some pressure on this pawn. Okay, so it looks like the bishops have been traded off and the queen has taken the piece. So now it's clear 3 pawns for white. Again, this is going to be very tough for black to deal with. White just has so many pawns. A lot of pawns. And yep, black plays the best move, knight a5 again. Oh, there's actually a couple options. They can also go to knight b3, depending on where the queen goes. Actually, you could go to knight b3 right away. Then maybe even take this pawn if the queen is not protected. Or pawn after the queen. A lot of ideas. I think queen b4 is actually a not bad move too for white. Just try and get rid of this queen. If you get rid of this queen, then most of the dangers sides. So maybe you gotta play queen b4. It's kind of scary when you think about it. A little bit scary. Okay, so we have a move from black. Rook g8. It's just to strengthen this g pawn. So now that's strengthened, white's going to have to move this f bishop either to b1, c2, or d3. I am not sure which one's better. Maybe I like bishop d3 because then you can play a bishop to c4 and harass the rook. Yeah, I would have liked bishop d3, sure. You don't want to push this pawn anytime soon because black's going to trade it, and then your rook is going to have some. You're going to have some problems on the c file. So, don't think playing a d4 push anytime soon is going to be happening. As long as there's a rook that can come over to the c file. Okay, any other moves that's been happening? So for Women's Caddy Master April versus Eric, we have a3. Makes complete sense. Again, this is a quite equal position. Both sides are kind of have what they want. Black's probably looking towards trying to get this bishop active though. So maybe things like bishop b7 might be an idea now because if it gets a lot more tense later, Black might not have time to fianchetto the bishop. Even knight g4 might be an idea to then play knight e5 and try and harass the knight on f3. There's always good to have that little tiny pressure here too. So that is also an idea. Not a bad idea. Okay, so Noah did play queen b4. It is trying to trade off the queens. Very good idea. And once these queens are off the board, the threats on White's king is just gets depleted, and then maybe you could start concentrating on attacking on the king side again. Both are very good ideas. Man, I've been seeing too many ideas too much. So we have a move, knight a7. What does this do? I guess the goal is to play 5. Possible. Definitely seems likely. Or at least put more pressure on the pawn. But this pawn is meant to go up here anyway. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe b5 is an idea. Well, white can respond with b4 and then even bishop b2, and this looks very smooth. This looks like a very good developing move as well. Okay, let's keep going. Any more moves? So we have a bit of... Okay, so we finally have... Yeah, so I mentioned it earlier, rook f8. Or bishop f8 is not a bad idea. Get this rook out of the way, and then you can play c5 and start targeting this d pawn. I think that's the way to go. Get the rook out of the way, and then start targeting all these weaknesses. This is also a weakness too. So after moving the rook, maybe you don't want to. Yeah, you can play queen c5, be multi-purpose. Rook b8 still not a bad idea too, but it's understandable if black wants to keep the rook on this column because it can come back anytime and cause some chaos to anyone that's in this area. So a lot of positional considerings. Okay. Push there. Bishop b2. This is black's move. As much as you want to hang on to this pawn, the only problem is it's on a light square. So you're going to have only maximum 2 defenders between the king and the rook. And then white's going to have 3 attackers. So you're not going to be able to hang on to this pawn. So yeah, it's probably better just to scoop that pawn. Now make it double isolated. It makes the pawn significantly weaker. Try and castling for, or sorry, promotion for the win. Okay, so black plays knight e4. We saw this. Knight takes. All this is standard. Rook a8, completely standard. Black's probably going to play something, or white's going to probably play bishop d4. Don't allow the push. Not that the push is good, because actually the push would be good, because if white takes on c4, black responds with bishop a6, and now the rook's hanging. Use it with the bishop. So yeah, we're looking to see a bishop d4, maybe followed by a c3 pawn move. Okay, so Valerie plays top engine move, bishop b5. Bishop b5. What's wrong with a4 here? Oh, there's a tactic. Rook c2, king b1. Knight c6, d3, knight d4. Queen c2. Wow. So all that's done. White's down 2 pawns. That's through the whole sequence here. If white plays a4, that is crazy. What a line to calculate. So Beator plays, or sorry, Sean plays bishop d4 as expected. Again, just trying to close off this area. What? Rook xd7. Whoa. I don't know. Is it because of the queen's not going to be able to defend all these pawns, and why do you think it's going to have compensation? Whoa. Okay, this is interesting. So if the knight takes the pawn knight takes the rook, then the b pawn hangs. If the queen takes the rook, the c pawn hangs. But it's still a knight and a pawn for a rook. I don't know about this. Wow, what a gamble. I think this is a true gamble. True gamble. Anything can happen here now. Wow. Okay. We like gambling, even if it doesn't win. Gotta respect it though. Okay, International Master David Hummings is tanking for sure. Trying to figure out the best move, and then for the next like 5-10 minutes. This is why we have to always keep. I have to mention this sometimes that we're not always like none of the players here are thinking for one move. They're thinking for 2-3 moves ahead. They just they have to do it. Okay, so back to Nick's game against Tony. It looks like Bishop X B2 was not taken. Oh boy. Yeah, I feel like if Black could just take that B pawn, if you're not holding on to this E pawn, there's just no way. So at least get rid of the B pawn, and then you might have chance. White can make a slip, you get a pawn, then you can exchange the other pawn for the bishop, and call it a draw game. Get back to the drawing board. But this is clearly Black's completely fine here. Or sorry, White's completely fine. We shall see though. We've seen worse upsets. Okay, knight to b3, knight to g3. Go. The black now has ideas. I think I like bishop b5, or sorry, pawn to b5 the most, and then just get the bishop. Get these rooks connected. Working well together. Sort of like how you're. It's probably the only move. White doesn't have any really like big moves to make. Yeah, so just get b5. Okay, bishop d4. That was standard. Sean. Nothing's changed here. Nothing's changed here. Yeah, so we're kind of like staying still right now. We got 5 followers watching today. If you're interested to see more commentary comments, again, go to Instagram and go to the Excelsior Chess Club. They're on Instagram. Give them a like. Also, you can follow me for more content related to commentary of chess tournaments. I really enjoy it. It's fun, especially if you're doing commentary for like high level games like this. Then, boy, it's a challenge. But wouldn't dream of it. Very good time here. Sorry, let me switch back to our broadcast. Okay, so for feature match, we have Rook E8, which is standard. I think Queen F3 is completely fine. And B5 has been played. Very nice. With the goal of playing Bishop B7. Very good move. Makes a lot of sense. Ooh, B4. Um. Okay, so I don't know if you want to play Bishop B7 now because C5 looks pretty dead. So I think you got to trade off this and then probably gonna be a Bishop trade. Maybe you could get Bishop B2, Rook C1, strengthen this position. Knight B5 is also a possibility. This looks fine. Looks like everything's safe here. All right, let's keep going. The moves where we. Everyone else is still pretty much in the tank. Oh, we have a bit of progression here. So yeah, Rook was taken and pawn on B4 has been taken. So what is the idea here? So Black plays Bishop G7 right away. Second best engine move. Top suggestion was Rook E. That's really hard to think. Rook E8, and considering you already have an open, I would never consider this. Considered right away. Just get the bishop in a nice, better spot. Okay, okay. Oh, and we finally got a move in this game. This is the one we want to really see. Rook G5. So rather than moving the bishop back, just playing Rook G5. Maybe with the goal to play Rook H5 after? Oh boy. So engine, according to the engine, best move is taking it. And after you take, play Bishop E4. After H5, engine's just or bishop's just gonna go here. And now this bishop is just completely piercing, paralyzing queenside. Wow. Suddenly just came. This got be from very tactical to very positional. Question is Black gonna find this? Wait, can't you just take this? Oh yeah, because Rook takes. Oh yeah, because the queen's protecting. Wow. One move changes everything. And we have a move from our feature match. Queen F3 has been played. Probably targeting the pawn, but again, more important to keep the rooks open so now they can be deployed whether they're forwards. E4 or C4. You never know. Never know. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so black decided to play bishop b7. So white has c5, has knight e5. Oh, just as I call it, knight e5 has been played. And now what is white? What is black's response? Take the pawn. I think you gotta take the pawn. You just don't want to allow c5, and you just have this permanent space. Sure, black can infiltrate with knight d5 or bishop d5, but c5 is just has so much space, and it could be possibly built to c6 later on. So I think if you're black, you gotta get rid of that pawn on c4, because then you give yourself another outpost for the knight on e. I think that's the idea. Okay, so we got some development here. Bishop b5 to block the bishop, or block the queen from attacking the queen. Rook A2. Sorry, H2. I'm assuming that's for Rook D2 later, and also protects the pawn as well. And Knight C6. Right, I like this. I like this maneuvering from Black, but whether it's going to lead to an advantage, it's okay. Okay, continuing on. Oh, so we have H6. Isn't H5 really good for white? I don't know. I like white here a lot now. I like H5 a lot. I like Rook H5. Rook H5 is the best. Yeah, definitely Rook H5. Okay, so we got to move here. Knight F3 after a bit of tanking. Black really needs to get this knight out. Maybe Knight C6 makes sense. Maybe Knight E7 makes sense too. Maybe even Rook here, although I don't think I would want to Rook. Actually, no, that's not a bad idea. Rook E8 or D8. Rook E1, then Knight. What is the next? Okay, we heard a move here. Okay, so after Bishop G7, we got Queen E4, centralizing the queen. Ooh, this is not okay. So, and more importantly, targeting the C4 pawn. But Black has a simple response of Rook C8, and just keeping that pawn alive. If Black loses this pawn, then I think they're equal. So Black really needs to hang on to all their pawns here. I think that's just really the key. And in our main feature game, we have Queen G5. So protecting the pawn, centralizing the queen. Has some possible Bishop X H3 ideas if the queen ever moves away. This is a very interesting position because on one hand, White has two pawns in the center and they're both connected, but that dark bishop stops them. And on the other hand, White's the only one that has a passed pawn on the A file. That could become useful later. So If I were to take a guess, I probably would say white is a little easier to play, especially with that dark bishop. That dark bishop will never leave the game. First time twit. This looks very boring. Josh, Baitor, Sean Rodriguez. Am I wrong? Yeah, this is Sean versus Baitor. Yeah, it definitely looks Josh for sure. Anything can happen though. This game is the exciting game. This was pretty crazy. This all started with an English versus Carol Can type style game. No, you are not wrong. This is going up and down because White's always had the advantage, and then it dipped, and then they had the advantage. Oh no, not Rook G6. Just go to Rook H5. Rook H5 would maintain more pressure. Yeah, I think Black wants to trade this. This is a good idea for Black trade. And then you could do stuff like Bishop E4 right after. Yeah. Oh well, it's okay. We'll see. This game's been going back and forth. It's quite crazy. This is looking a little drawish too, but really depends on where these knights are going. This one is not drawish. Rook C8 is the best move and maintains Black's +3 advantage. There is an exchange sacrifice, so I don't think White has enough compensation, but Black still has to play very accurate. Very accurate. April is just waiting for Eric to play. Again, this is probably the best move because you want to get an outpost here. You don't want to see C5. C5 is just, I think it's unnecessary to do. They can't take the bishop because of mate, I think is the idea. Oh, over here? Oh, no. I wasn't thinking about taking the bishop. I was thinking about taking the rook. So if you take the rook, bishop goes here. Then maybe you can play something like this. Oh, wait, never mind. Rook G1 looks really good. I forgot about the rook. Maybe you could just, like right now, the Black King's protected, so maybe you can advance the pods, cause them some disruption that way. But this is, I feel this is less scary than what I was thinking about. And the engine said it was good too, but my natural instinct was said to go here. And now there's like all these like shenanigans. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Oh, so it has been done. The rooks are off the board, and now Black's disadvantage has been reduced significantly. But again, it could change. Any move could change this entire nature of the game. According to engine, Black best move is B5. Just try and get the B4 going. As we continue on, so top level players don't miss that. Don't miss what? Oh, this type of sequence? Hey, this game has been going up and down between David and Ryan. Like, David got some really good attacks here. I can show you how it started. So C4, C6, knight F3, knight F6, knight C3, D5. Oh, mate ideas? Yeah, but there wasn't any mating ideas right off the bat. Well, but I think there was a tactical miss though by David. Which again, it happens. So after B3, knight BD7, queen C2, bishop D6, bishop B2, castles kingside, bishop B2, B6, rook G1. And that's when the game was going to get interesting because of this push. Luckily, Black didn't have like a pawn here, or else this attack would have been a lot faster, but White decides to hold on and try and see if they can break through on the kingside. Play goes on, bishop B7, G4, C5, which White decides just to continue pushing the pawn. After knight, so the best move is knight e8. This holds everything. Black's pretty defended still. There's really no weaknesses yet. And then maybe then Black can start focusing on like breaking down over here and do some sort of like counterattack, whether it's going to be the queen side or the center side. But instead, this was played. And David correctly identified this was the. Now the threat's queen c3, f6 was played, g takes, and Black found out that rook f6 was the best move. So this was the situation. And White had two really good moves. White had bishop c4 or knight g5. But instead, White played bishop e5, which was the third best move, but it reduced the advantage. And it makes sense because you want to take the knight, then, if Black takes, get the free rook. But the counterattack was taken here. Because after this takes, you go bishop h2. And then if you move the rook, then you just attack the rook, and the rook can't stay on any of these squares. Crazy calculating, though. Seriously, pretty crazy calculation. So after knight g5 would have been the knight g5 would have probably been the best. But who knows? Okay, so I think some moves have just been made. Yeah, so queen g5 is now out. Oh wow. Well, according to the engine, this is a blunder. Oh wow. Yeah, so b5 was the idea, but this is a minus 5.78. Oh wow. And the idea here is bishop b1 maintains the advantage, a huge advantage for White. Because after Black has to be very precise. If rook d8 is the only move, because let's say Black just plays rook e8, then you have the killer queen d3 attacking both pieces. And after bishop e4, you're still getting the free piece. Wow, wow. And if here, let's say you play the right move, you're still going to play, you play h4, and that's knock the queen away from this area. If the queen decides to stay on, then you play queen d3. No, this is coming. This is unstoppable. Yeah, this was in English. Wow. But queen b1 has to be the move found. Like queen c2 is actually okay still, but queen b1 is just it's too strong. Wow. Wow. And it's weird because when you think about queen g5, this looks like almost like a normal move, but it's actually completely losing. This is complete loss if this is found. Crazy game. This game is like this might be the game of the round, I think. I'm gonna mark that game of the round. Depending on how it ends, of course. But wow. Okay. We put too much time on this. We gotta go back. So Beitor, nope, that hasn't done yet. That hasn't done yet. Timur versus Christian. Okay, so we got the strategic king f1 covering this square, so there's really no rook infiltrations. I like this a lot. Makes sense to me. This is looking a little bit drawish, but we'll see. There's still a lot of pawns on the board. Bishop plus queen. And and bishop b1 was found. Oh no, bishop b1 was found! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark for sure. International Master David has found bishop b1. Oh boy. And now all the pressure's on black again. So let's see what happens, because this I think is seeable for sure. You could see that this is happening, and then this bishop is attacked. So I think black will play rook d8, but the h4 pawn, that's gonna be something. I wonder if that's gonna be noticed. But damn, bishop b1, all the advantages come back to David. Crazy. Okay, moving on to, yeah, go David. And David's at 2.5, so he wins this. He's easily in the running for first place. Okay, so we have some moves here. My phone keeps blowing up. Bishop takes. Okay, bishop g7, queen e4. Knight b6 was played. So not as strong as rook c8, but still defending the pawn and attacking this key pawn on d5, which hopefully black can try and go after later. And g4 is played. Oh, with the attention of g5, but I don't know. If you see g5, black's just going to play bishop e5, and it's going to be, that bishop's going to stay there for a while. That's tough. The best move according to the engine is queen d7 or rook d8. Both just protecting this pawn. Interesting. Okay. Any more developments? So after knight c6, we have for Noah queen b3. And then, okay, so Andrew's saying to go back here, but then we might see some repetition. Hopefully not. I think this is going to score off to be a very attacking game, just like David's game with Ryan, but we'll see. Hopefully, I want to see some tactical games. There was a lot of positional ones yesterday. And then we have here some trades. So black correctly traded the pawn and queen's trade. So, rook fc8 makes a lot of sense. Want to get a rook lined up. There's a lot of defenders for the queen, so maybe not necessarily you have to do anything with the queen. Maybe I would resort to like bishop b2 development, or maybe b4. Those are all ideas. Right now, it's still pretty even between these two. Okay, so going back to the game, rook d8 was found. So white has 3 really good moves here. White can play queen d3, h4, or queen c2. All of these are top-notch moves. All of them are very top-notch moves. Oh my god. One game already finished? No, unfortunately, women's candidate master um, Ashley, she was sick, so she lost by forfeit. So she doesn't lose any rating as per FIDE rules, but she obviously loses the point to a Razvan. So it sucks. Not the way to get some points, but it happens. Okay, I want to see what white does here, because white has 3 really good options. Give me 1 second. Just telling someone to watch our stream right now. What would you guess the best move after h4? So let me turn this engine off. So after h4, God, because this is coming, right? I don't know. This is scary because I feel like if I play the queen here, it's just out of the action because I can't play this move anymore. So then this is looking nasty. But if the king goes back, we got like these type of scenarios. And honestly, black could just play simple. White could just play this, and then here, and go after the pawn. And now you're up at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. This looks pretty equal, pretty good for white. That's off the top of my head. Yeah, but maybe there's a way to like knock the queen off even more after h4. Is there a way to harass it more? Queen e2, cool. Sorry, queen e2. I don't know what you mean by queen e2. There's no way we can get in there. Okay. We're gonna have to go back to this game later. See what else is everyone doing. Wait, Sean's still tanking on the future match. Chris just played knight b6 again to focus on the very active knight on c4. That makes sense. Black has a very slight advantage, but it's so slight. It's obviously they have that extra pawn, but it's kind of nullified here temporarily. Oh, queen e7. No, I think you have to. I think you have to take the pawn. I think it's just too easy to. I think it's just too good to take the pawn and then just get your rook on g1 and just like go after this weakness and win the game. I don't think there's any way to hold this. Well, not hold it, but you know what I mean. Or you could go queen h7 and then take the pawn with the bishop. Actually, that's disgusting. This looks good. Oh, for black? No, I think if you go here, this is devastating. And if the king goes like check, here, rook g1 is coming. Now you have all this firepower. I don't know. It's very complicated. Like right off the top of my head, I'm not gonna be able to see it as accurately. Like, and I don't want to use the engine to like be able to find every single move for me because that's just not fun at all. Okay, so we have some development. So bishop b2 was played here, which was I like that move a lot because you have two defenders. You might as well keep developing your bishop to better squares. So there's a bit of thinking. Knight b5 I like. I just want to get the knight out. The knight's been stuck on a7 for a while. Finally get its outpost. Get back in the game. Okay, so we have some moves. h4 was played, one of the top moves. And then queen g4. So now white's got to play either queen d3 or queen c2. Those are the two moves. If those moves are played, there's going to be some trouble for black for sure. Okay, looking on, continuing on, we have queen d7 here. Makes a lot of sense. That is the top engine move for Sergey. Sergey yesterday was playing some really crazy good chess. Playing a lot of different lines. Oh, we have some development here. Okay. So queen b4, bishop b5, rook h2. We saw this. Queen b3. Knight takes pawn. Queen to e3. Bishop f1. Rook d4. Ooh, what's the best move here? And the bishop has retreated. Okay, so I think, yeah, that's what I thought. I think you have to play g5 because my first instinct with this is coming, and this is going to lose for white right away. So get the g5, slow this down, force them to open the king side if they really want to try this pawn push. A lot of games going on here. You see any development here? Queen e3, queen c4, c3, rook e8. So again, just holding on to the pawn. It's tough though, because this knight's happening, or I guess the knight can't move because this pawn happens. White doesn't want to give away pawns. White doesn't want to give away any pawns. I get it. No, this is winning for sure for white. Just gotta, once the rook gets active and then queen goes like to c5 or something like this, it's gonna be very easy for white to convert. I feel like, unless they misplay, which again is very, as we notice, it's very common. Oh, and yep, we're having a rook exchange here, which favors black a little bit according to the engine. So see, still anyone's game here. There is a big time discrepancy though. 29 minutes to the 1 hour of FIDE Master Timor. Yeah, 3 pawns up. It was actually not bad of the game for Nicole, or for Nick, but that was yeah, there was a he made a misplay which costed him a rook for a knight exchange, and then all the pawns fell on the queen side. So we are coming to, we've done 2 hours so far, so we're coming to the second half of the round 4. Based on all the timers, this is probably going to be a max amount of time of 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, maybe even 3 hours more of chess that go for. Very, very nice. Can you show that? Oh, sure. For this game. So we had e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, cxd, knight xd4, and the classic accelerated dragon. Not even the knight f6. This is right to the d6. Yeah. So after knight c3, bishop... Oh, yeah, well, we'll get there. Don't worry. Bishop e3, knight f6. This is the move I didn't like for white. And this was causing problems, and I liked black's position a lot later on. Yeah, knight b3 is dubious. Bishop e2, e6, f4, d5, e5, knight f d7, bishop e5, f6. Nick missed a nice little tactical move here, g5. That would have been a little bit more precise. Would have this pawn, but again, that's fine. Same idea still. Exchange, and then castle. So look, white has this like, white has all the pieces for sure, but black has this like nice, beautiful structure. Knights covering everything, battering ram over here. Rook's already developed, covering f5. Like this was very, I felt very comfortable for black. But then that was the slip because the miss was here. And queen d8 should have been played, but Nick decided to capture it, which is immediately a -4. And then a lot of pawns were exchanged. So it hasn't been as that long since that move was played, but black was very comfortable until e5. And rook e1 has just been played. So again, this pawn, it's not meant for this world. It's going to hang eventually. It's just a matter of when. Okay, so we're still waiting for all the boards to move. Still waiting. Oh, no, we got queen d3. Best move by I Am David. This is the top move once again. So king has to go to g8. Everything else fails. Bishop e4 doesn't work. Okay, king g8 comes, and now white can check with h7. We're probably going to see that very shortly. We're going to probably see that very shortly. The check on h7. It'll get very interesting. The next few moves. Okay. How long does this one go? This finishes today. So this round will probably end at 2:30, probably another 2.5 hours, based on how all the games are played. I will probably then have an hour break to eat lunch. I'll probably turn off the stream, and then I'll restream it again at 3:30 for the final games, which will probably end about 7:30, 8:30, roughly. That's what I am thinking about. That is what I'm thinking about. This game is maybe 5 minutes. Yeah. Well, this game might end very soon, but we'll see. You commissioned for this? Yes. This is a paid gig. So I will edit all the videos, and then Excelsior Chess Club has their own brand new YouTube channel, which is going to put all their tournament content. So I have about. Let me check my notes real quick. So I'm probably going to make a video for every game and get all the times matched up and line it up. So I'll have 8 games. So it'll be like 16, 17, 18. It'll probably be 18 videos total. And white not win a rook? What are you talking about? Oh, it's definitely possible. I think white's going for mate though. But yeah, rook's probably going to be going off the board soon. But yeah, so I think I have like 18 videos planned. 8 per round. So actually, no, it'll be 8, 16. Actually, no, it'll be quite a bit of videos. So I'm just trying to figure out what the right strategy is. I might not post every video, but I might post so I'll post the full long form stream, and that way anyone can watch their favorite player play. And then I might make 2 videos, one for the feature match and one for a game that I really liked. That was like very action packed. And then I have about like 40 shorts to create, which it's not gonna be that hard. But I wrote all the short timings for every video. That's gonna be quite something. That'll help with the get the subscriber count and views up. And then I'm gonna do a tournament report, which shouldn't be that long, but it'll be really well written, and I'll put some of an analysis of some of the games that I was watching. So I'll probably do analysis of like the feature match games and my pick that I like the game I like the most, based on like the tactics or based on like the resilience of the player, all those factors. Yeah, so this is happening most likely. The question is, you have to go here, and then there's a lot of options. You can play. Wow, h5 is an option. I was looking at this option first, and here, and then you can actually go back and then check this way. It's crazy. There's a lot. Okay, but we have more games to look at, so we will go back to that game shortly. In the meantime, we have bishop f5, which is very logical. c3, and now there's a lot of considerations. Black can play bishop b4, in which case white's gonna have to play queen g3 because we can't allow that mating net to happen. So it'd be kind of a crossfire because I think after bishop e4, queen here, black probably has to take because there's its own checkmate threat behind him. And it'll take the pawn. And now this rook is active. Bishop's really strong too, but now I have a last pawn, bishop, active rook. Again, very drawish still. Very drawish. Okay, we're going back to the game. So queen h7 has been played. Black has to play king f7. If it plays king f8, it is game over. The evaluation is +10. Well, it's still considered game over now, but okay, so king f7 was found, and now there's two moves. You can play bishop f5 or h5. Bishop f5 looks to be stronger still. And to be fair, oh, so yeah, if you go to king f8, then you have bishop g6. And the point is that queen can't stop this pawn from this square because now you can go for a checkmate. So if you go here, according to the engine, it's a mate in 8. It goes like queen h8, king e7, queen g7, king e6, queen f6, king d5, queen f3, king e6, queen f5 again, king d5, sorry, queen f3, king e6, queen f5, king e7, and then queen f6. This is me. Did you get all that? I would never. I don't know if I would have figured it out in that game, but that's why you don't want to play king f8. So king f7 has been played, and now the two winning moves are bishop f5 or h5. Both are realistic possibilities. What a game. What a game. Let's go here. I'm a little surprised rook hasn't been taken yet. Is there why hasn't the rook been taken yet? Maybe they agree to a draw or something? Oh, maybe he's really considering knight d8 instead. Yeah, that's cool. It looks like the queens were traded. Makes a lot of sense. And then black has really not. Again, black can play knight b5. Also can play knight d5. All of these are fair options. Okay, so we have a bit of pressure here. After bishop f8, and white's continuing the attack with g5. Black's plan is just go after the rook. Go after the centerpieces. Go after the rook. Go after the bishop. Go after the pawn. Again, very aggressive for black. Kind of has no choice, though, because this is slowly going to build up. Oh, queens are off the board, so yeah, it's just still pretty drawish, too. Anything new we have? Okay, so rook e7 was played. Interesting. Right. Well, unless you take with the knight. Oh, sorry, which game? I've been flipping games back and forth. Okay, so we made some progress here. So knight b6, g4, queen d7. Oh, but apparently this is losing for white because black has f5. Oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm liking black here now. Question is he gonna find f5? That would be quite something. And h5 has been played. Exclamation mark again? Oh, wow. Exclamation mark. H5 has been played! Exclamation mark. And now, oh, there's so many few moves black has. According to the engine, black has to abandon the G7 pawn and play king e6 for any hope. And queen g8 or bishop e7 both fail due to bishop g6. Wow. What a game this is. What a game. What a game of chess we have here, folks. Okay, so after the death settles with all the queens hanging off, a5 has been played. Makes a lot of sense. Gotta get play bishop c6, get this bishop active, attack the pawn on c3. Makes a lot of sense too. Or sorry, on f3. Run, run, run away. Well, yeah. There's no way to run here. Like, this is the best move, and these two moves don't work out. West Qui says cycle kill. I don't know, we'll see. But you know what? This has happened already. Anything can happen in chess. Okay, so back to the feature match. We have Grandmaster Beitor playing queen to g6. Which, according to the engine, is a slight inaccuracy. Well, engine likes a5 now. This really doesn't work because of queen here. I don't know. It's anyone's game still. Anybody's game. Okay, back to this game. We have queen f7, g3, and bishop f8. Yeah, I like the rerouting the bishop. The bishop isn't really doing anything against c3, d4. Let's get the bishop out there and see if we can give it hope again. Talking Heads, good song. I don't know that song. Well, unless I heard a melody, maybe I would know. Okay, I'm gonna take my second quick washroom break, and we're gonna keep it on this game. See what happens. So I'll be back. We are back. So, Matt, even if e6 is played and king runs, do you still play bishop g6? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because we just gotta get rid of this pawn. And now all these queen moves are alive. That's number one goal. Like, what Black's trying to do is try to move the king this way. And eventually, like, save itself. But there's gonna be some devastation along the way. This is a very bad position for Black. It's very tough. So they really got to figure out the best move here, which is the only move that maybe almost saves them is this. Well, not saves them, but like kind of slows everything down, and then hopefully White doesn't find the most accurate moves. Okay, so a5 was played, and then rook to e6 was played. Feature match. White has a lot of options. Probably want to move the king away from these possible pins so the queen can get freed up a little bit. King h2 is not a bad idea. King h1 is not a bad idea. I like both. This hasn't been... I don't know if this is still going. Am I missing something? This has been like this for a while. Maybe they agree to a draw or something. I have to... This position's been like there for forever. Yep, so we have the classic knight d5. White has a bit of time advantage, but otherwise position is still looking quite equal. Okay, so bishop f8 was played to protect the pawn on g7. So this is happening no matter what. White's going to play bishop g6, and then king e6, and then bishop's going to take. That's happening. What happens if rook goes here? Oh, there's queen g8, and that's not good. So if black takes, queen just takes, and now you're in this position where the king is completely open up in the air. Pieces are falling. Yeah, so this is all hard because the key here is after this is taken, if black takes this bishop just moves anywhere to get the queen. So there's two pieces actually hating. And that's why this is winning completely. As long as bishop g6 is played. And bishop g6 was played. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have the first game of this round for the top section completed. I don't think there's going to be a resignation right away. I think this is still going to go on, but it's very clear that Black's going to take that pawn on g7, and now everything opens up. What a game, what a game. Yeah, k6, which is the correct move. Bishop now takes g7. Bishop does take g7. That is the best move. Queen g8 is actually not a bad idea. 6. But bishop g7 is just cements the game. Which is played. Definitely played. Very well. Very good moves by David. Fighting literally every move in the last 6 moves have been perfect moves. Maybe even 7. Ever since... Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like 8 moves back to back. Perfect moves. Now, black doesn't have to take this bishop, black can play something a little like c6 or c8 to try and like cover all this like storm. But the problem is white's gonna have queen g8 every time. So if this happens, they're gonna take, and then any other move like this, or it's gonna get to this. This is where it gets really. So white's offering a trade to the queen on c4, hopes of trade it because then it would be easier to convert this game. Black correctly refuses to trade, try to keep the hope of maybe white's going to slip a pot or two and go up with the queen and keep this game, get this game much closer to where it is right now. And bishop d6 was played. Bishop d6 was played. Okay, there's a lot of options here. So the engine suggests there's 3 really good moves. There's bishop c3. Just opening the queen up so they can check on f7. Bishop b2, or move the bishop to b2, or basically it says move the dark bishop. You move it anywhere across here. Sorry, across here, or here, then the game ends. You just gotta move the bishop. That dark bishop. That is it. So we're just looking for any dark bishop move. Any of these squares. c3 makes most sense. And this will paralyze the king. Because queen f7 is coming. Again, the big threat is queen f7. But the other threat too is taking the free piece on b7, which is the bishop. So a lot of different ideas. A lot of different ideas. Okay, so we got bishop d7 here for April versus Eric. Makes a lot of sense if you want to connect your rooks together. Change to and the correct move, bishop c3. Oh boy, here it goes. This is basically the nail in the coffin for black. The nail in the coffin. There's no defense to this. Either black's giving up a free piece or queen's going on queen is going to checkmate on f7. So black has to defend the checkmate. Maybe bishop e7. But after bishop e7, white has the queen f7 check, king d6, bishop e5. Can't take this because of this queen xe7. So the king has to go to c6, and then more material is coming off the board. King's perfectly safe for white. It's gonna be all over soon. But it can go. Maybe it can go that. Maybe it'll go in that direction. Maybe there'll be a quick resignation. We don't know yet. But bishop e7 was played. That was the best move black has. But now queen f7 should be relatively easy to find for white. Are we going to see the first tournament game end round 4? Queen f7 predictably has been found. Black has king d7 or d6. It doesn't really make a difference. There's going to be a check either way. If black goes to king d7, f5 forks the queen and king. If the king goes to d6, then we got bishop e5, and that should that's going to lead to at least some material drop either way. What a game. What a game. Very tactical. Yep, so bishop e5 should be played here. Rook's handing too. Okay, let's take a look at the other games. Oh, so we had some development here. So king h2, pawn goes to h5, queen g3, exchange. White still has this nice pass pawn. Possible opportunities for it, but it still looks pretty equal to me. Okay, so we continuing on. Ooh, okay. So we've had queen to a4, bishop b3, rook to d8, and queen to c4. Is this right? Guess so. Oh, okay. Sorry, off the top of my head, I didn't realize the queen would also have been following. If I just saw knight c4, I went, what? Not losing? So I did miss it. And another exclamation mark or explanation point. David does play bishop e5, finds the correct move. Advantage is plus 13. Very good moves. Very good moves by the international master. Very good moves. Wow. And it's all over. International David Cummings has defeated Ryan. Very well played game. David was just very precise. Missed a little bit of moves to make it much more of a close the game a little bit closer. But he found when it mattered, he found the last 7-8 moves perfectly. So really big kudos to him. Really fun, exciting game to watch. Very tactical. I enjoyed it immensely. GG's to both. And with that, David has 3.5 points and is definitely chasing for the number one spot. This board has not moved since some time, so maybe I can check with Nick, or sorry, check with Riley. See if this game is done already. In the meantime, we can set our focus to every other game. So we got double rooks aimed at pawn on a5. Bishop b6 looks very natural here. White does have a slight advantage just because of this a pawn. But again, this is double bishops, opposite side colors. It's gonna be very hard to convert this into an advantage. Very hard indeed. So Beitor with correct play should be able to hold this position. Tough games either way. Oh, so queen has now went. So we had, after queen c4, black decides to play queen a1. Put some pressure on knight. It's probably trying to encourage the knight to move so the queen can somehow infiltrate. Although there is 2 attackers on the b pawn. So it might be a simple idea for black just to take the pawn on b2 and try and get another pawn, equalize the position. Because right now, well, it's not an equalized position. Black has that rook exchange, so getting that pawn will be very crucial for black's success in winning this game. But right now, white's very resilient right now, so it's gonna take some time to. Crazy games, crazy games. So we're still waiting for confirmation if Timur Christian's game did finish. Would you find Bishop f1? Or sorry, Bishop b1 in this game? Yeah, I think I would. I think this move is not too hard to find because I'm looking at the idea of wanting to get my queen come over here. I don't know if I would have played it b1. Maybe I would have considered c2 instead. But I could see that idea, like this lane. Like when you look at your opponent's king and you see a square open like this, and you can see a line. Like we're trained in chess to look at those lines and see is there a way to exploit it. So yes, to me this is a way to exploit it for sure. And since the black queen is not covering e4, so black can't play like bishop e4 to directly challenge the bishop. Once I get a queen on d3 or c2, I own this entire lane, and nothing can stop it. And that's what same thing as white did here, as David did. he just took control of that line and never let it go. Yeah, I think I would. I would have found it. I'm pretty sure I would have found it in the tournament. I would for sure. If it's blitz, I don't think it would have been that as precise. Maybe I would have played like bishop d3 instead, but no, bishop b1. That was capable. I was capable. I definitely feel capable for that one. Now all the other craziness, probably not, but definitely that move. Okay, so I think the queens are off the board. And nice, black's gained some pawns, but the position is terrible. It's 5 point. Oh, king is 5. King f2, so there's just more pieces for. Sorry, more pawns for black here. Specific pawn. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, so we got some movement here. Rook g5. Sorry, bishop g5, rook c2, bishop d7, bishop c4, rook to c. Sorry, bishop c4, rook to c8, and now we have the b3, which makes a lot of sense. But for white, they want to play, yeah, bishop b3. Don't want to trade yet. Yeah, ideally, you want to get rid of these rooks if you're white. So if you get a chance to, you probably trade it off. Black's going to most likely play knight b5 finally. Just get that outpost. But Black's had a lot of time to get it, but again, there's been just too much action going on. Still a close game. King f4 looks the most natural, and then maybe they can walk the king over to d5 for the feature match game. Okay, so we got some rook exchanges. Black decides to initiate it this time. Okay, so back to the feature match. Looks like Sean has played bishop f4, which is the best move. Again, the goal is to try and get the king in here. A lot of ideas. Looks like, according to the engine, d4 is the best move for black. Even though white's slightly ahead still. d4, cx d4, d4, cx d4, g5, f5. Sorry, that makes sense. So d4, cx d4, g5, checking the king, king f3, d3, d5, c2. And there's a d6, f5, rook e7. It gets very complicated. Possible though. d4 would be quite a find. I would never be thinking about playing d4 there, to be honest. Okay, so white's readjusting, going from b3 to c2, covering a little bit more range. Okay, everyone's kind of tanking right now. Timers are getting lower and lower, so we're seeing an average about 20. So the lowest timer is about 12 minutes. Highest timer is about 30 minutes. So give or take. So that game is still going on. Which game? You gotta tell me which game. There's been so many games. I'm gonna stand. Which game are we? Which game are we talking about? Maybe I should do a commentary. Just probably would be. Alberta Steven. It's a good question. I've asked the arbiter on site. He hasn't replied back. I don't know. But I can't see that being like a 50-minute tank for. So I don't know if you want to capture with knight or rook. So my gut tells me it's probably. That's what I'm thinking. There has been a move here. Black goes king f7, trying to get closer. Hey, who knows? With correct play, black can hold this, but the odds are certainly against it. That bishop is still very tactically light. Okay. Yeah, see, the problem is white's going to be able to get that e-pawn no matter what. Just a matter of can black somehow get the d and a pawn? If they can, then this can be held. A draw. Hmm. Oh, so we got to move here. Knight c6 for black. So a lot of options. Knight b7. You can take it here. These bishops are really well placed. Interesting. Okay, so we got some development here. After bishop a3, king to e2. So again, that makes sense for white to try and get the king closer to the center. Kind of escort that pawn, but also planning to take that pawn on e4. That makes a lot of sense. And this is the problem with black in this position. King is just not active enough against all the pieces. Not to mention that there's just more pawns in general there. Oh, we almost had a draw repetition. So after bishop c6, which is the best move for black, king goes to f8, and then a double check. It could be a draw. If white decides to go back to take back g7. Draw is most likely going to happen here. And to be fair, this is a very drawish position. There's nothing wrong with a draw in this position at all. Okay, so going back, we have going back. Okay, still waiting for a move update. Most of these positions are pretty drawish, except for the final table. And the I think Sergey's is not as drawish. Yeah, it's not as. It's a little bit ahead. A lot of tanking. Okay, so we're just so we got a development move here. We have Queen B5. Oh, I don't know about so Queen B5 with the goal of targeting the rook and a knight. Black has Rook E4. And then if somehow this gets taken, you get the knight. Suddenly, Black's in a very, very good position. This is definitely losing. Yeah, who knows? We might see no work. Queen A1, D5. Oh, he goes back to Rook A8. That that was they moved it pretty quickly. I guess they didn't ever. They could have considered looking at all the different other possibilities. Rook E4 was really good here. Puts pressure on both the pawn and the bishop. But Black decided to play bishop, rook to A8, which is a miss. It makes this game very drawish. It's exactly 0. White can now play C3 and protect the bishop, and now continue harassing the knight. So, it's probably how this game's gonna probably to draw. Uh-oh. Okay, so we did have D4. So wow. Once again, Beitor has found the engine move, the best move for Black in this position, has played D4. White takes with the pawn because again they don't want to lose that A pawn, but now Black itself has a pass pawn. It's going to C3. Now White does have 2 pass pawns, but anything can happen here. What a crazy pardon me, what a crazy game this is going to be when it gets near to the end. Right now they're still trying to positionally figure out the best moves. I'm always going to do that. I was definitely going to. What I was looking for was knight c6. Yeah, so white's still tanking, trying to find the best move. Knight c4, knight b7 is suggested. Knight c6 is not considered the best move here. Not considered the best move here. Not considered the best move here. So we're still waiting for Eric and April's game to keep going. Tony and Nick is still going. Sergey and Ryan is still going. So yes, Ryan did find the best move, c3, protecting the knight. So this is a completely drawn game until someone makes a slip or finds a brilliancy. Very close, very tight. With only 23 minutes for Sergey and 14 minutes left for Ryan. Back to the feature table. Or I said feature game. What is the best move for white here? I'm not sure. What is the best move here? Maybe d5. I don't know. This is very complicated. Then get the queen, get the king eventually infiltrating once that pawn push. A lot. I like rook e3. Got g5 coming in. King f3. Oh no, you can't play rook f3 because there's attack. Yeah, just can't move the rook yet. Oh, we have some development here. So after c3, knight to a4. Still looks like a draw. Bishop a4 looks normal. We can take it with a queen, and then it just goes back to some drawish position. We got... Okay, so white did find the best move. April did find knight to b7, and then retreated back to c5, and now she's in a really great outpost. This knight's going to be causing problems. She has a slight advantage. She has to figure out how to convert it to a... That's going to be the toughest part, but very doable. Extremely doable. Okay, d5 has been played. Black has to play rook e8 to prevent the king from entering, because when that king enters and covers all these crucial squares for black and for red, I don't think no one's going to stop this team. Nobody. So we will see. Okay, I'm going to keep it this game. Back in a second. Okay, so we've had some developments. King f4, we know this. d5, rook e8. Oh, wow. So rook e8, so if I take here, here, push back. This doesn't work because of this, but can't the king just like move up? Yeah, this gets very, very endgame positional right off the back. Right off the bat. Oh, we have some. Ooh, what's going on here? So we missed the rook e4 move, and we played rook a8, which is okay. So bishop to c3, or bishop to a3 was played. Oh, it was a blunder. Yeah, that's a simple blunder because knight takes bishop takes, and the pawn takes, rook or queen takes the a3, and now black's up a piece. Oh, wow. What a move. Knight takes the pawn. Knight takes back. Bishop takes. Queen to c6. Oh, wow. Apparently there's like a mate in 9 here. But there is no way Ryan's going to find that mate in 9, right? There's actually a legit mate in 9. No, that would be nuts if somehow Ryan found this mate in 9. Okay, so I'm going to show the mate in 9. Or should I? Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what Ryan, sorry, not Ryan, what Sergey does. Because there is a legit mate in 9. Like this is coming, potentially. Who knows? He might find it. He actually might find it. You want me to show it? Okay, the winning move is here. It's like this. Here. And you actually have to waste a move. And then you just keep blocking. Because there's no way this is going to be a marionette. That's the mate. So if we see bishop d4, then Sergey's found the mate. For sure. Oh, wow. Okay. We'll get back to that game shortly. We will get back to that game. So we have some development here. Okay, so I like the knight maneuvers over. It's not made yet. 2 more moves. Well, it's made in 9, but it could be a lot less than 9. It can be really like made at 7 or 6. After bishop c8, bishop d3, attacking the pawn on a6. Rook to b6 looks natural. Knight to e4, really like that. Attacking the bishop, open the piece. Knight to e7 natural. And knight to a4. Now the rook probably has to go back here, I'm guessing. And this doesn't really work. Wow. Oh, that's crazy because bishop takes, take here. Very good. Okay, so best move is rook b7 for sure. Let's get back to, okay, so there hasn't been a move yet by Sergey. Oh, is this over? Oh, I think this was agreed to a draw as well, but it didn't get updated. I think we actually have 4 games completed. And then Nick and Tony are battling out right now. The final position you showed was not made, had bishop block. Go back. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3. Block. Here, here, here. H4, check. King. Here, here, here. Oh, sorry, not here. And then that's the mate. My bad, I missed the bishop block. You're right. You are right, sir. But let's see bishop d4. Oh no, bishop d4 wasn't played. It was rook b8. Oh man, the miss. And now because of rook b8, I'm not saying it's a miss, like that's very hard to find, but because of rook b8, now it's an equal position. According to the engine. Now it's completely equal. I'm gonna write. I'll make my notes here. The miss of the day. But again, that's very tough. That's extremely tough to find. Miss of the day, 32. Yeah, miss of the day, but it's okay. It is completely okay. Things happen. There's no way I would have got that. I don't think I would have. Like, maybe I would have taken a look at it, but I don't know if I would have been hardcore able to calculate. I don't know. It's hard to say. But that was clearly that's a tough one. It's not natural for us to find maiden nine. Let's be real. Okay, back to the featured game. So D6 was played. D5. Okay, King to F3. Bishop to B5. Next. Very tricky. Okay, so we have a developing move here. We have Queen to F1. Trying to put some pressure on the king. Again, this is technically a draw, but this looks very scary for black as white has all the minor pieces and all the bishops on an open board. Can black find a way to draw this? That's the real question. Apparently all these lines indicate draw. So black has all the options to draw. We'll see. We will see. I'm just talking to one of the arbiters. He's heading back to tournament. Okay, let's keep it going. Okay, so we have some development here. Okay, so it's quite a bit. So we have rook e2, bishop a3, king e3. That's where we last left off, is on king f6, h3, h5, rook to c2, rook to e8, rook check, king to f7, rook c4, pawn to try and disconnect the pawns, but g4 was pushed. Bishop d6, knight to, yeah, see, that's the problem. When knight d2 comes, those pawns are, that e pawn is gone. All right, one last ditch effort to push. Yeah, and unfortunately, this game is over. Very hard fought between Nick and Tony, but I think Tony's going to definitely take this one. Just a matter of when. Okay, so games are still going on. So this one's a draw. This one's a draw, and then so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 playing. Okay. Okay, time is done. Looks like no other moves are happening on the board, so yeah, it looks like this game is over. Good games, Tony and Nick. Tony played a really good game to get this win. Good job, Tony. Well played, well played. That knight xd5 was the best tactic, and that helped you get into this game and preserve the win. Okay, so we have some developments here. Looks like after bishop to b5, rooks have been cleared off the board, and now what's the goal? King e4 is played. King e4 has now been played. What are we doing here? This is where all the skill is, in my opinion. Like end games. This is where it's like the toughest thing to do in chess. Because you just got bishops and rooks. You have pawns everywhere. You don't know which one's winning, what's not. Like, luckily there is a pawn on d6 here, so maybe white can play bishop c7 and defend both pawns, and then maybe this rook holds off this pawn, and then the king goes here and infiltrates and tries to get these pawns, and black also can attack in these pawns here. Oh, it's just so... There's so many things that can go on with this game. So many things that can happen. And again, this is at the highest level between two grandmasters. Quite something, quite something. Watch, commentate. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. White's still trying to figure out a situation. Oh, white just moved right when I moved, or I moved the table. So queen e3 is happening, but yeah, this is a draw. Like if black takes, white takes, this is an automatic draw. And I think that's the best bet for black. I think black has a draw no matter what. It's just a matter of is that rook going to be taking. But if we get over here, rook c1 was played from d1. Remember correctly, so the knight's hanging. Maybe we're looking at bishop d7. Maybe we could go knight a7 to knight b5 to get that knight and finally get that knight outpost we've been looking at for the last 30 moves, or like 25 moves. But we'll see. I think, yeah, the bishop can't move because it's hanging the pawn, so I guess knight a7 is the best move. Yeah, I think knight a7 is the best. And look what happens. The rook has come off the board to take the bishop on b3, signaling the draw. So this is a draw game. Again, Sergey and Ryan, very good game. Securing a draw. Unfortunately, Sergey did miss a possibility to end the game with a maiden 9. A maiden 9 was actually possible just by playing bishop d4. And bishop d4 would have sealed the deal. So I'm sure he's going to review the game. He's going to find that he missed it. But like I said, it's so hard to find those moves. Like you have to be in the creative mindset to like see if like, hey, if I go here, is this possible? Is there a way to mate? But yeah, bishop d4 was the mating move. And then every move after that, I think it would have been a little bit easier to calculate as it continued on. But big miss. Still got the draw. Still good. Still in the tournament. Playing for the position and points. Good games, both of you. Good games. Continuing on, so looks like we have after rook c1, which is natural, knight to b6. Oh, this is a blunder. After rook c1, knight a7 was the best move, but going to knight knight to b6 is considered the losing. Takes, and then bishop d4. That is crazy. Because if the knight takes, you got rook check, bishop f8, knight c5, and now it's coming as knight d7. Wow. Now, still fightable, but this is definitely a better position for white here. Okay, let's see what happens. And now it's gone, like, it went from positional for most of these games, just strictly tactical. Okay, are we seeing here? So yeah, we have 3 games left. Actually, no, sorry, we don't have 3 games left. We have 2 games left. We have Eric versus Women's Candidate Master April. And then we have the GM battle, the feature match, Grandmaster Sean versus Grandmaster Bator. Each still have significant amount of time left, but that time is just going to get lower and lower. And it's anybody's. Who is going to win? Chat, any predictions? Any predictions? Who do you think is going to win, Sean or Bator? Type it now. Type it now. Who is going to win? Okay, so rook knight x b6 was not played. Instead, knight a c5. All right, keep going. A missed tactic, but it's okay. Game's still going on. White's still slightly ahead. Looks like Bator's taking a deep dive, considering his options. Engine suggests c2 is the best move, and then White's only very slightly ahead. Very slightly, still well within drawing chances. But for this position, even I'm not sure. I'm not even maybe 50% sure. Okay, so King d7 was played, and Sean immediately plays King d5. Yes, I think that makes sense. So Black has to play Rook a8. Because if not, Rook e8, Rook e1 for White would be devastating. Because like this has to be played. Otherwise, White's going to be able to go here, and Black has to challenge that Rook, or else that's going to happen. So Rook e8 must be a must. Sorry, Rook a8 is a must. You know, maybe there's some bishop checks too. That's not a bad idea. Maybe c2 is also not a bad idea too. As long as this bishop is on b5, it controls the crucial e8 square. Rook can't do any like checks here on the e7 and then go for like some sort of mate. Bishop will always cover that square. Okay, I'm gonna go get my lunch. I'll be back in a second. Switch to this game. And F5 was played, which was engine top move from engine. So we're probably going to see either knight b2 or knight d2 or knight g3 situation. So bishop c6 was played. Wow, this is getting crazy because now the king has to move and these pawns can potentially fall, but man, anything can happen in this game. This is kind of crazy. Like, the engine says that everything's still kind of equal, but now you have your pawns exposed here. You know, can you even take this? Because you go here and black decides to take. No, I think rook e1 is actually winning. So I don't think black can take that pawn. I think you have to play this move just to stop this. And then this bishop literally holds everything. And you can play a simple g3. We have to be worried about this pawn too. Yeah, this is very, very, very endgame heavy. Okay, so knight g3 was played. Black does have an option of getting rid of that knight now. Might not be a bad idea. So black with 1 minute and 14 seconds left has played bishop xc5 as the right move. Get the rook in there, and that's probably better. White has still have a slight advantage, but again, anything can happen in these type of positions. Going back here, c2 was played. However, white's now up 2 points. According to this, f3 is the way to stop this. And then you can concentrate on rook c1 later. Oh, wow. Wow. What a game. What a game. Okay, rook c5 was played. And black still has 1 minute and 30 seconds left, so we're going to see some quick moves right off the bat. So 97 was played. Top engine move. Have minute and 36 seconds left. Now, yep, Sean's definitely in the tank. Trying to figure out the best move here. Amazing. Bishop e5 has been played for white. I like it a lot. This bishop's very strong. It can go to d6 eventually. Rook can't go to a b7 because of the threat of bishop x6. So rook has to go to a8. Is there a way to exploit this? That's a real question. That's an easy move to find. Now it's a question of what does white do now? How does white increase the pressure? Maybe like knight h4. It's a possibility. Go back to the future game. Still ticking right now. Apparently f3 is the best move here by far. And is found! Oh my god, Sean is a monster. f3 found. Top engine move. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And now Beitor only has rook a8. It is the only move that can save the game. Because he has to stop, like, if he has to stop the rook e1 move from happening. Wow, what a move. Yep, rook a happens, and now, okay. Game keeps going. Okay, so rook c1 has been played. I'm assuming this doesn't work, right? Is it the king here? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, this is Sean's game to win. Technically, Sean has all the possibilities of winning this. Whether it's going to happen is a whole other story. It's getting tense. We switch back to the other game. Okay, so there was a couple of moves. After rook c5, knight d97, rook a8, rook c7. and knight b5 is played, and then rook has gone back to c5. So I think this is the only time where black can finally activate this bishop and get it on b7. Then finally, this rook, this whole lane, it can be protected by the rook. So gotta play bishop b7 in mind. And if this happens, you can always just either play, yeah, there we go. And if this happens, you can just play g5 or g6. I think there's not. Okay, so this looks pretty stable now. But there's the time issue. Okay. Pawn has left the building on c2. Beator's played rook e5. There's a lot of different options. You can go king b4. You can go king e4. King c6 is c4 is probably the least likely to happen. It looks like black is going to be able to take that pawn on d6 and minimize the chances of white trying to get a win. Yep, king d4 has been played. Little intermezzo for rook d5. Push the king back. You don't want it. Yeah, I think king has to go back. And after the pawn takes, again, this is kind of drawn now because this bishop is never going to let the pawn be very tough. But anything can happen with lower timing. Okay, so knight h5 was attempted. Understanding, yep. g6 was played. Knight h6 is probably the best move here. By far. Right. A lot of different ideas, a lot of different chances here. Okay, king e3 has been played, which is normal. And pawn has been taken. So here's the real question. Yeah, so according to the engine, king taking pawn wasn't the right move. It was actually playing rook b5 to prevent a6 from happening. Because now, according to the engine, that was a big mistake. a6 is actually quite strong. So it's suggesting a6 Rook b5, 7, bishop d5, bishop d5, rook a5. Yeah, but this doesn't look all. This doesn't look winning at all. Like this pawn is being stopped. Okay, I'm confused. Well, a6 is being played. 1 second. There we go. Bishop a6 has been played. And rather than knight f6, knight f4 has been played. Black still has very low on time, but white also is low on time too. Well, 4 minutes. So this is going to become a potential time scramble. King f7, getting closer to protecting the pawn. It's lost. But what is the move here? What is the move? Okay, so bishops, or sorry, knights come off the board. Knight d5 recaptures. White does still have a slight advantage because they do have the 2 bishops in a semi-open position, but right now this looks pretty solid for black. Only dark squares are vulnerable, really, for the king. So, engine says king f1 is the right way. Okay, f3 is coming. Rook b5. Okay, so a7. Rook cannot take the bishop because then rook c5. Rook x6 happens. So black has to play bishop d5. This is how the game is going to turn. And endgames are quite something. Okay, let's check out the other game real quick. Okay, king e7, so white's still in the tank. Trying to figure out the best move here. So bishop b7 was played. Tense, pretty tense. Chess aesthetics. Hey, what's going on? Oh, I didn't see you. So A7, yeah. A7 was the winning. It was the engine move, but like white still has all the chances to win here. But black's playing the best moves every time. These are two grandmasters. Yeah, it's. So I think you have to play bishop d4. That makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know what other possible move there is. I don't know if you want to do. Maybe you do something like bishop c7 and bishop 8. That's an interesting possibility. Can we go back here? White is still in the tank. Oh no, never mind. So king f2 was played, and then king d7. So that makes a lot of sense. White's trying to centralize the king. Excuse me. There's not that many threats on the board for the enemy, for the white king to be worried about necessarily. Now it's time for it to show itself. And bishop d8 was played. It's almost kind of like it almost kind of explains to me like betting the pawn to try and get these pawns rid of it. Then you can. Okay. Rook b3 according to the engine. King f2. Then you go. Okay. So let's see what happens. Nothing's okay. So rook b3 did happen. Bishop king f2 did happen. Now, if there's a way for this pawn to come in and break up these pawns, the best case scenario. Black and then a draw is pretty much. Okay. Oh, I thought we got everyone got to a draw for a second. My bad. Okay, so we have here king f2, king d7, king e2, rook c8, rook trades, and now it's just simply a matter of bishops and pawns, and a knight on d5. So this is still favorable for white, but man, this is really hard to. The natural way to progress here is kind of tough. Like these bishops are so good though, so gotta give white all the winning chances here. And then after b3, rook to a3. So white can now take f6, or white could just play b6 and protect the pawn. But if you take the pawn, most likely it's going to be taken, and then you get two pawns. So it's just a matter of can you convert these pawns to a win. 3-1 is pretty good. King c6 has been played. I think a good idea is white to keep moving the king to the center, and then you could start trying to figure out what the plan is. Okay, so Beitor's done it. Gonna go get the a7 pawn. Sean's gonna take the f6 pawn and most likely the g5 pawn. and then it's all Sean to try and push for the win here, like really push for the win. He's gonna have 2 pawns up, 3 connected. There's opposite bishops on the board. Black's rook is gonna be very active after moving itself from a7. It's up in the game. It's up in the air, and it's gonna be less time made. Okay, I will be back in. Be back in 2 minutes for this grand finale. Alright, 1 second. Okay, there we go. So rook a7's taking the pawns. There's no more f and g pawn for black. It is now 2 pawns Sean has. Can he convert with this? This is going to be the master test. But let's take a look at what's happening here between April and Eric. So white's been moving their king up to e3. Black already has their king on c6. g5 has been played, and now king d4. Knight to b6 has been played. And that is where, man, both players are really low on time. White definitely has the advantage here for sure. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if bishop b3. That looks very natural. Play. It would have been more precise to play d3 because then you can focus on this pawn too. But it's okay. Because if you play d3, the king can't enter. Okay. So, wow, is that even possible? Rook a2? Rook offer trades? I guess, is the bishop able to hold off 2 passed pawns? Whoa, this is like some deep calculating. So, hold on. Rook takes, bishop takes. King h4, bishop f7. Let's just do it. Rook takes here, king here, here. Now obviously we don't want this, so this takes. And then the key is to take probably here. Because worst case scenario, you could just try to get this pawn over. And you're gonna have to, yeah, it's just gonna be, wow, this is gonna be really, I have no idea. So the rooks are off the board. Apparently it's a +6, almost +7 for white. So Sean is definitely winning the game. Question is, can he close this with proper endgame technique against his fellow grandmaster. And then here, after bishop b3, now we have h5. And then f6 has been played, and the king's going to infiltrate now. G-pawn's been pushed. Yeah. Entrance says bishop g5, but I don't know how that's going to work. Both players are extremely low on time. Okay, so h4, king h4 was played. Oh, so black played bishop c4 with the intention of bishop f1. But apparently this is not winning. Or sorry, this is winning. White just got to play his g4, then f. Oh, this is going to be close. Very, very close. Okay, so we had, after f3 and g4, f4. Keep the pawns locked. King d6 looks really good to keep the opposition, but no, king goes to b4. King is going to b4. Now immediately, what I'm thinking is bishop d8, 5. Knight d5 doesn't work because you just take. And then if they go here, you just play bishop a5, you survive. Yeah, I think yeah, engine confirmed. Bishop d8 is the best move. 13 seconds left. We'll just wait to see what happens. Very tense here, very tense. Imagine the pressure they're feeling on the table. Ooh, bishop e7. Expect that. Okay, so it looks like g4 was played. Then pawn takes. Yeah, so the advantage is higher now. Oh boy. Every move, no matter what's just f4. Key f4 and king g5. Once those two are played, those pawns are going to be starting to march. Back here, we have. Okay, so we've had bishop e. Oops, we had bishop e7. Oh my god. Not the press moves, right? Bishop e7, king c6, and then king to e. I guess they can't take this pawn. Please don't second about. Okay. So how do you get rid of this knight? Probably bishop 5. Most immediate threat. This is getting pretty close. King c7 is idea for black here. Bishop c7 or bishop c5. Oh wow, and she actually doesn't prefer that. Prefers bishop f8. Hard to say. Okay, king f7 is the move for black to make to try and hold this. It's gonna be tough, man. This is a perfect game for learning endgame techniques. Feeling. Okay, we'll switch back because I know the other times are very low. Bishop c5 was played instead of bishop f8. I thought it was bishop c5. I thought it was good, or at least stabilizes everything. So now what does white do? It's the real. How does white break through? Hmm. This is going to be a very nice game. Black's down to 10 seconds. Got to make a move. Knight c7. Bishop a4. That's what I was thinking. Most likely knight b5. Then you bring the king in. Then you're going to eventually get it over here. Maybe. Or just maybe go after the free pawn. Bishop. Maybe just retreat at the last second. Okay. But wouldn't blackhead, can they just go? Okay. Okay, so king f7 was played. Yeah, according to Engine, this is winning. It's plus 11. Not to Betuza Kanowski, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said that correctly. I know Kanowski sounds right, but Betuz, I'm not sure. Yeah, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Yeah, f5's played. Oh no. Okay. Fight continues still. Let's go back to Eric versus April. So after knight c7, king e5 was played immediately, and a5 was played. Bishop a4 is looking better. No, bishop a4 was not played. Knight b5, go after the pawns. But then you gotta play. Yeah, if you go knight b5, shouldn't bishop a4 work? Oh, see, it was automatically done already. Okay, let's go back here. So king check, king to h7, and now king h4. Oh boy. Bishop xb4. Looks like it's gonna be the take the knight. Best move here. 30 seconds left. Takes the pawn instead. Well, that knight's still pinned, so that's Very hard for white to play some moves here. Bishop d7 played. Okay, yeah. After king h4, bishop f1, g5. Yeah, this is tough. Getting really tough. For hold it to hold. Bishop e2 has been played by Beitor. Guess now we play g6. Then after king g8. Yeah, you can just play king. Actually, no, you don't even play king g5. You just play king. After king g8, you just play f6. Yeah, because you're threatening f7 right away with a bishop check. Yeah, f6 is good. Going back here. Bishop c5, bishop c8. Now I think it's the time for white to try and gobble up all those pods. f6 has been played by Sean. Bishop c4, last hope for white. The problem is the king could just go all the way around. Let me get to this spot, and then I think it's what a game by these two. Sean is just playing unbelievable. It really is. Let's go back to here. What was the last move? Bishop b3. Okay, so bishop a4, b5, bishop b3. Wait, you released the pin? I guess he just sees a draw, right? Because the king goes here and here. That gives enough time for the bishop to act. So I guess he's trying to figure out what. Sorry, April's trying to figure out how to win this. Hmm. And resignation has been declared. Good games, Sean and Beitor. What a crazy match between both grandmasters. Sean is just playing so well right now. With a 4-point lead, hasn't lost a single game yet. Truly, Sean is unstoppable right now. That's just clear. Just watching his games are just quite something. But now our full attention is to the final game of round 4. We have April Women's Candidate Master versus Eric. Uh, White has a significant advantage, but let's try to figure out how to close this. Time pressure originally was on Eric, but now it looks like it's switched to White. And they have to pass. White has to pass pawn, has the two amazing bishops in the spot. Just a matter of how to end this. How to end this game. How to end this game. Okay, so bishop d8 has been played. White can go back and play knight d5 again, which they've done this numerous times. Or they could play knight b5. I think that would be losing because you could take the pawn on e6. How does White break through? They just gotta get this knight out of the way and then just break through with the bishop. Go after these. The knight has to move because if the knight doesn't move, White takes, king takes, and then the bishop breaks. This is a distractor. You're not really trying to promote with this pawn. You're just trying to keep the king here and check with it. So this knight has to go. But you have to make sure you don't do like a distraction by giving your opponent a pass pawn. Now it's not going to work out that way. Going after these pawns is going to take time, and this could always promote, assuming your bishop's not here. That's how you break through. Oh, the other game? Yeah, so you just gotta wrap your king around. So you have to go like, let's say I just make some basic moves. Here, 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 here. Go here, and then you just push. That's it. Because the king can't ever stop this earlier because the bishop's blocking that spot. Just gotta get the king between this pawn, and then after an exchange, it's a promotion. Yeah, no worries. Okay. Very tactical still. Now, I think this is the rare opportunity for White to play king d6. But then again, you would lose the pawn. Yeah, this is very hard to evaluate. Very hard to evaluate. They're so low on time pressure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you just gotta move the king around. Here, this is where knight c3 is kind of deadly here. What do you do against that? Maybe go here, then here, and then finally you get rid of this. Oh, that's kind of tricky. Kind of tricky. Yeah, knight c3 is played, so this is all fours. Bishop c2. Oh, it says bishop c2 is better. Why not bishop b3 and take the pawn on e6? Yeah, White's gonna do that. Okay, we're gonna probably see bishop xe6. It's probably the one time to do it now. King takes. Now knight d4 is happening. And white can't take that pawn yet on f5 because of the threat of knight c6. So let's see if Ash. Let's make sure April doesn't take that. Sorry, April can't play knight king e5 yet. Don't play king e5. Play king f6. This is still winning for white. As long as white can keep two of the pawns alive, it's over. If black knight gets two of those pawns out of three, then it's over. It's a draw. Well, not a draw, but it's like it's close to a draw. Play king e5. Play f6. Because you play king f6, play king f6, g, and then g5, and then play bishop f6. So then you can threaten the knight to move away, and then you can start taking the pawn. Or you can just take the pawn, start from the h. Either way works. $33 seconds left. King d5 is played. I don't know why. Because but this is now. I think this is drawish because you take the pawn. Go on. So knight here, king here, take here, take here. Can't you just do this? Okay, so bishop h4 protects. But you just need to get two more pawns now. It's very close. I play king f6. That's the only way. There we go. Now, if knight f3 happens, white can still just play king g6 and take the pawn. And if the pawn gets pushed, there's a white bishop that can take that pawn. Or the pawn can just pull up the h file. Okay, see what happens. See what happens. White's winning. Just a matter of how does White close this? Okay, King C6. Now do we play? Ooh, King E5. Now they can finally get rid of the F5. Yep, King E5 is the way to do it. And if opponent plays, okay, sure. I would prefer King E5 though because it keeps the king from C6 away. Every time that king steps closer, yeah, see, King D5 and White's lost all its advantage. It's happened. Yeah, that was a big mistake. Not playing King E5. You have to do this to keep the king from coming here. No, this is a draw now. I think it's a draw. Yeah, I think this is a draw. But again, they have to play this perfectly. Bishop, knight f3 is the way to do this. Then after king f5, you just take the pawn on h2. .22 seconds, and knight f3 is played. Okay, we're expecting the f5 pawn to be taken. Take the pawn on h. Yeah, the problem is if king goes to g6, black just gotta play the king to e4. Goes after the g pawn, gets rid of that, then sacks the knight for the f4 pawn, and game over. April had a winning opportunity. Missed it though. It happens. Now, black can still play the worst move. If he plays any knight move, it's white's winning. But if king e4 happens, it's a complete draw. I don't think king e4 is hard to spot here. Black has 12 seconds. Gotta make a move. King e4 is the move. And they find it. Okay, it's a draw. Gotta be a draw now. Because nothing's gonna stop that pawn on g3 from falling. Bishop e8, bishop c3. No, all moves are a draw. It's all good though. Time pressure could still get someone. $50 seconds for white. They have bishop h4, bishop g7, bishop e7. Either way, black's gonna play knight f. So knight f3 is a good move here. I don't know if this works. Yeah, then f5 just works. Gotta be careful. Don't play knight f1. That's the last chance you have, and then or white's gonna win. Good. Knight f3 is played. Yep. The issue is after f6, black goes knight h2, and then if the king takes, king goes here, and all this pawn is locked. None of these pawns are locked. This knight gets to travel anywhere it wants, and it's a complete draw. That's how black draws this game. Damn. Really hard fought game between these two. April really had the advantage for a significant amount of time. Even her opponent was on time pressure for quite a long. But then again, then the time pressure started getting to her. And there's a few moves that could have resulted in ending the game, but it didn't work out. Okay, so we got f5. Last ditch effort to try and push the pawn. But then king 95 is the best move here. Or h4. Okay. White's got to take the pawn with bishop. No, this is losing entirely. Yeah, because you just go e95 right now, then play h3 or hxg. No way. White had a draw, but now it's a loss. Oh my god. Eric just came back from this. Oh my god. White had a draw. This was a draw game. No way. Eric was losing this entire game for a while and then managed to find a draw. Oh no. Now HXG3. Or you can do that, that's fine. And if you play Bishop XF4, you have Knight D7. And this pawn is still not going to be able to get promoted because the knight here is just going to smoke the pawn. So after this, H2, there's just no way to stop it. Oh my god. April had a draw. Just take the draw. Now it's a win. No, Knight D7 saves, wins, keeps the game when it's over. Wow. 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 I did not expect that. I did not expect the last attempted push for a win. And it comes out to a complete loss. Oh no. No way. Oh no. I feel so bad. Oh no. See, you can't, like, I don't know if that was based on greed or maybe just wrong calculation, but if you can't, if you don't have the win, then don't give them the win. But yeah, it's over now. This is GG. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Nothing stopping that H pod from promoting, and nothing and that F pod is not promoting, period. So good games. This is over. Wow, what an upset. Like, even though April's lower rated, it technically she was winning the game against Eric for the longest time. Damn. And then Eric was just holding on, holding on, holding on. Found the perfect draw sequence, and now was just gifted a win. Oh man, that sucks. Well, good for Eric. He found he played strong to hold it. Even when he was down, he was never counted himself out. But that's game. Good games both. GG's. Eric with the win. Congratulations on that. Well played. And that concludes our round 4. So Sean won against Baitor. David won against Ryan. Razvan gets the forfeit win. Kristen and Timur drew. Sergey drew. Valerie and Noah drew. Eric won against April just now, and Tony won against Nick. So we're off to round 5. Round 5, I believe, starts at 3:30, so I will be ready for it. In the meantime, I'm just going to finish my lunch and prepare myself for the final round of commentary at the March Open Championship held at the Excelsior Chess Club. If you're interested in seeing more of these tournaments, or maybe if you're in the local area you want to play, go to the Excelsior Chess Club's main website. You can type that on Google and find it in 2 seconds. There's tournaments held every week for kids, for adults, all CFC, all FIDE tournaments. And yeah, wow, what a game! What a game this round was. So many. I was like, damn, pushing for the win and resulting in a loss. That sucks. But you know what? That's chess. We've all been through this. We've all experienced it. It's just part of the game. Okay, thank you for the views. Thank you for the subscriptions. That was amazing. And I will see you all in 1 hour. Okay, take care, everybody.